Couldn't get 9.
Huh?
I said you couldn't get 9.
Gotta eat dinner together. And I'm not white, so I can't eat dinner at like 5:30. So, all right,
That was
let's
crazy.
get started. Day 2 live stream, baby.
Back at it again. Y'all ready to do this?
You know it.
Once again.
Ton of
Hopefully this time it won't be 4 hours.
I know,
So,
dude.
I
I was
mean-
exhausted.
In this, whatever it is, 7-10 minute span that we have as the Bills are on the clock, we can kind of go through some of what happened last night. Picks that was exciting, picks that surprised us, things of that nature. Where do you guys want to start and begin?
Should we talk the quarterback run?
Wherever you want to go, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
we can start with quarterbacks.
yeah, what do you guys think? Landing spots, decisions made by teams.
I think Caleb, like we outlined last night, pretty much outside of probably JJ, it's the best situation for any quarterback to be in. Jaden, he steps into a situation with I think an offensive coordinator who knows how to utilize his skill set with Cliff Kingsbury. He's got Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson. They got some pieces to work with. The one that's interesting to me is Drake May in New England. Like I said it last night, and I'll say it again. I don't think that roster is ready for a quarterback. Like they have or at least on offense, they have so many needs elsewhere.
So, from every account that I've heard since the draft has ended, dating up to this point at least, it sounds as if that was an up top call. Like the Crafts and basically everybody that owns that family, that industry, they didn't want to leave without a quarterback. That was them. I don't necessarily, and I mean, I ain't even gonna say I don't necessarily think Gerard Mayo didn't want to do that based on what the roster was. Because even when you date back to his press conference early on in the offseason when he first got hired, they asked him about the draft. He said, "We're gonna pick a special player at a special position, or a really good player at a special position." So that was kind of like alarm sounding. We're gonna pick a quarterback kind of thing, and just being in that position, like we've kind of outlined and continue to outline, we wouldn't have do it. We wouldn't have did it. But I mean, if you're gonna do it, that was the guy to take. I kind of outlined in my like early on in the mat that should be fun mock draft early in the process about if he could land at a team who would be fun. And I said Drake May in the Patriots because of him having the opportunity to work with Alex Van Pelt, how Alex Van Pelt emphasizes play action, throws across the middle of the field, just kind of all these kind of things that work to the strength of Drake May. Now, you have an offense that works to the strength of Drake May, but if you don't have players around him that can help, what are we doing?
Absolutely. So out of all these landing spots, what's your guys' favorites?
JJ McCarthy to the Vikings.
Yeah. Yep. I slept on that.
That's match made in heaven. Offense made in heaven.
Yeah, it is. That's
quarterback room made in heaven. We actually had this conversation on Boom or Bust with just coaches. We know Sam Darnold. He isn't about predicted to be a long-term guy.
Dude, he could figure it out. Well, this could be the time that Sam Darnold figures it out.
Look, man, if he didn't figure it out in San Francisco, and he played pretty good, don't get me wrong. He played pretty good given the standards, but if he couldn't figure it out in San Francisco, man, I don't know. It might not ever. Geno Smith ain't. What Geno Smith say? They wrote me off, and I ain't right back. He
ain't right back, bro.
Respond to us. We've been waiting for you.
They're sending the collectors. Dude, Ricky Pearsall, my heart is broken, man. Quell, I keep thinking about what you said with Zeke. And I also know that you knew that it was such a great landing spot for Zeke and that he was going to find success, but that was going to be against your team. And that's exactly how I feel. It's just like he is such a Shanahan receiver. Like they're going to trade one of these guys now. Like he did all that kind of stuff in college with the Gators,
right?
huh?
They almost have to, right? Like,
Yeah, dude. I don't see them not doing it. There's been too much smoke, and they're not going to pay both, right? That's what it's coming down to.
But I mean, yeah and no. I mean, I kind of slept on it myself. Like, why the hell are the 49ers in this position? I know they got a lot of great players, but their quarterback get paid nothing.
I don't know, man. The reason they're in this position is they don't have Howie Roseman. Like, also, that picture. How the hell he definitely bought it, like resold, but how we had the Philly Kobe's, bro? They just dropped those like 2 weeks ago.
We got Buffalo's pick. Quinyon Coleman.
Interesting.
Quinyon Coleman, okay. Bro, I tried to get those shoes and how we got them. They're reselling for like $500 or $400 right now.
Oh man, Howie with the juice.
I'm saying, dude.
That picture is crazy, man. That needs to be flooded across the timeline for years to come. Every time he make a big trade, just him looking sweet.
That was hilarious.
Fit went crazy.
As Quinyon Coleman's selection comes in for Buffalo, how you guys feeling, man? We knew Buffalo was going to pick a receiver eventually. They traded back twice.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if I would have taken Quinyon, but I mean,
yeah,
it's interesting. This is interesting to say the least.
There's better receivers on the board still.
I mean, you're right. There are better receivers on the board, but
dude, Lad McConkey is really freaking good, dude. Like,
he is, man, but
he's not a number one though.
Yeah, but like, is Quinyon Coleman a number one?
I mean, maybe they project him to be.
Maybe, but then if you also want a number one, what's his name is available too?
AD Mitchell. Yeah, he would have been the pick if it was me making the decision.
You and me both, brother. You and me both. But I mean, I think it kind of all comes down to how you view what Quinyon is. Like, if kind of like what he said about himself, he made a bet on himself. As y'all see, looking at y'all TV screens, if y'all are watching the draft, him going from Michigan State over to Florida State, having an opportunity. He always said he knew he was going to come back, quote unquote. I was coming back home. I knew I was going to get back home. I just needed to go refine my game in a different area. I don't know if the Big Ten was probably the place for that because, like he also said, at Michigan State, he did what he was allowed to do. He couldn't really showcase what he really was.
Patriots are trading 34, and the Chargers are coming up. They're taking AD. They have to, right?
They have to. They don't. Who's in their receiver room?
You and me.
I was Derwin Davis. They got Derwin Davis in their receiver room, bro.
Hey, random college athlete Parth is available. Just get my line.
The greatest of all time. People don't know about that.
That's what I kind of think, Chris. I mean, I watched Coleman like a little bit because he's FSU, and then we played each other as well. And like, I don't know, I just never was blown away. And I know he got a lot of pre-draft hype. People thought he was going to get taken a little bit earlier, but I don't know, man. I think they could have taken a better pick there. Hell yeah, Brandon! Welcome back.
What's up, brother?
Welcome back, Chris. Of course. Feeling good, man. I got terrible allergies today. I don't know what's going on. So I'm just on total mouth breather mode, which is just you hate to see it. You hate to see it. I got the chapstick on deck though, so we're gonna make it.
No, you know what you gotta get, bro?
What's up?
Wow.
Gotta get you one of these.
Bro, actually, you know what? I have one. I'm gonna turn off my camera real quick and I will be right back, man. Actually, I think it's right here. We'll be right back.
The pick
is straight, dude.
Yeah, I mean it has to be AD Mitchell.
It's authentic.
You said it's not?
No.
What? Who did they take?
Is it a receiver?
Okay.
That's nasty.
I don't hate it. Lad is really good, dude.
He's really good.
But he's not.
He's one of my guys, but my gosh. I mean, you know what? Let me take a step back. That's a win. That's a good. He's not the prototypical wide receiver one that you would want for an offense for sure. But when you go back and think of Lad McConkey and his skill set, how he played the game, how he was used, he's a typical Jim Harbaugh wide receiver. Kind of
Why
got to
didn't
be
he?
there when he blocking.
Why didn't he just take Roman Wilson?
I
Look at
mean,
that.
yeah, that's
I
his
got it.
quote unquote his guy, but you can make the argument that Lad offers a better skill set than Roman Wilson. Roman is a deep threat, a dangerous deep threat at that. But Lad can impact the game at all three areas. Lad is a deep threat himself. So just it's
All I
interesting.
know is every time we played Lad McConkey, he just cooked us, and I was like, I cannot believe everyone on our team is getting burned by this white boy whose name is Lad. It was just
First of all, his name is Andrew.
listen. I thought his name was Lad.
They call him Lad.
Wait, so where does Lad come from?
I didn't get that far.
Oh.
They just called him Andrew. I mean, they just called him Lad, but his name is Andrew.
It's because he's just a young lad, obviously.
A young lad, my laddie. But
This thing is gonna make me sneeze. Jesus.
Just, I mean, again,
Yeah, the plants are kicking my ass, Chris. I don't know what to
manipulates
say.
leverage. He honestly, like you said, Parth, you watched him against your team and you just wonder why they couldn't guard him. That was everybody's favorite cornerback. Like how I like to put it, I got a guy, shout out my guy Savion, and
Hell yeah, good people.
we last year we fell in love with Charlie Jones. Charlie Jones, if you had a favorite cornerback in the class, you could probably look up tape versus Charlie Jones, and he was getting roasted. And that's kind of how it felt with Lad McConkey this year. You look up tape of your favorite cornerback in this class, especially your favorite SEC cornerback. It don't matter who it was.
Well, are you watching the TV, bro? Your two favorite things in the world are combined. There's wrestling and football on TV right now.
Nah, I'm not.
Wait, dude, I'm watching the NFL draft kickoff on. I don't know what channel this is. I think it's NFL Network. Dude, they're showing AEW right now, and they're just like, I think they're showing why Tony Khan is in the.
Tony Khan. Robert, right?
I'm just like, dude, this is like Pierre and Quell. Like,
they
like on the bottom it's all football, and then on the top it's wrestling. I was like, you guys would watch this all day.
A Tony Khan driver is crazy.
TK.
Oh, he's
TK
getting interviewed
driver.
now. He's still wearing the neck brace.
Hey, Chris. Leave JaQuincy alone.
Falcons are on the clock.
His grandma gave him the name Kool-Aid.
Falcons are on the clock, guys.
They traded up.
Yep.
The Falcons.
So they're gonna take Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, probably because hell, why not keep swinging?
You need a quarterback for after Michael Penix.
You have to know that the Cardinals was gonna trade out of this spot. I'm sure we've all seen the video of Monty Ossenfort on the phones, working, wheeling and dealing last year in the draft, moving back up, get his guy, still got it at a better number than what he moved for. You have to think something similar is in the works for the Cardinals.
Definitely. What do you think Atlanta's targeting right here?
Moving back up? Is it could it be AD Mitchell?
Atlanta's definitely the new QB factory.
That's what it reminded me of, bro. But it's just more outrageous because it's literally a first-round pick, bro.
I mean, they need a pass rusher. I don't know, maybe Marshawn Nealon. Maybe
they were going to try to move up for. They were trying to move up for
Isaac.
Yeah,
there's a couple.
Isaac feels like a Falcon.
Who Isaac? He does.
Yeah,
that's because they got Arnold Ebukati. They love those kind of guys, man.
Mm-hmm.
And the pick is in. Question is, who would the pick be? The Falcons knew what they was doing.
Dude, they're behind on Twitter. This
time.
Oh.
No, it was kind of like night too. Where
is it Johnny Newton?
Possibly. The NFL has done a great job keeping things under. These teams specifically did a great job of keeping things under hush this year in terms of what could and what will happen.
Is Ruka Ororo?
Wow. Talk about a Falcons pick, man. It's athletic as hell. Athletic as hell, man. Hey, Raheem Morris is trying to put his stamp on this defense. Raheem
Over
Morris,
Johnny Newton?
look, I wouldn't have did it. I certainly would have did it because this is
There's got to be something else going on with Johnny Newton. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
They want him to be an Eagle. That's what's going on. The hell? Howie Roseman just has a magic power. That's how we get to this point.
You think if he's there at 50, they're going to take him?
Yeah. He got to be the best player on their board. Unless, like you said, something is going on that we don't know about. But Ruth Aurora, that was fairly interesting to say the least.
Rukaroro, yeah. All right.
Especially over a guy like Brandon Fisk, who was an off-season darling, especially after the way he tested. So
Tony Khan said we're like the Pepsi of pro wrestling. We're AEW up against a really evil juggernaut. WWE is our competitor. That's who we're facing. WWE is the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling.
What is wrong with that man?
That's insane, dude. That's so crazy, bro. He's Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling, dude. What the?
My man said TK, baby, and the K stands for Coke. This is crazy. That's crazy. No. I don't know if you noticed in the video, but the guy just tried to like deflect, like, okay. Like, why would you even say that? What are you doing?
Even if you think that, you can't say that on live TV.
And you're a billionaire.
Maybe that's why he feels comfortable saying it.
You would have think he got there somehow.
Maybe now they'll make people choose a team, that you can't have multiple teams. Josh Harris. Michael Rubin. Sixers.
It's so nasty. He went and owned a competitor.
Nasty, bro. So nasty.
That's nasty work.
I could see it. I mean, I think they're trying to trade up anyway, though.
Who?
How he loves himself a trade
Eagles.
Up. Who you think?
You think if the gene falls into the 40s, they'll move up for him?
Yes.
I was wondering that, dude.
Make the secondary great again. Make this 2002.
Yeah,
but get your Lito Shepard and Sheldon Brown.
I don't know if they'll do it, bro. That's the only thing.
I wonder if they could do it without moving.
Oh, they're
53.
saying Newton is recovering from a foot injury.
If there's anyone that could make them do it,
you said what, Parth?
They said Newton is recovering from a foot injury, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, we know
sense.
that for months. He didn't participate in the combine because of that. And he got injured at some point in the middle of the season, and he played through a whole season, didn't even know he was hurt.
Well, that might be the issue, because now it's taking a while to heal, it sounds like.
Okay.
Middle of the season and he's still healing, that's not great. Right?
Yeah, you see the vision, Chris. You see the vision. If anybody can make them do it, his name.
That's true. That's true. They do love them a Vic Fangio. There's no question about that.
They respect the hell out of him in that building. Respect the hell out of him in that building.
That's a great point, Chris.
So much so that they took a cornerback in the first round.
And he did also fall into their lap. They had the choice of the top two corners in the draft without moving up. That and the last like lineman who could be taken there got taken like 2 picks before. Like the board fell so perfectly. It was unreal, dude.
The Commanders took Johnny Newton.
All right.
Wow. That's a hell of a pick. I don't think they expected him to be there.
It couldn't have.
They definitely did not expect him to be there. From all accounts, and they pick again in a couple picks, but from all accounts that I've heard, they were either targeting a cornerback or a tackle at this pick. They did not expect him to be there.
I mean, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, Johnny Newton.
Didn't you just pay both Payne and Allen?
Yeah.
And you're gonna play Johnny Newton where? I guess I'm trying to figure out who has a home where, because neither Allen nor Payne give nose tackle, and I don't think you're gonna use Johnny Newton, who's a 3 tech at the nose. Now that his undersized ass.
All right. Who's up next? Can we go to the dude? I'm gonna
Patriots.
at some point. It's coming. I feel it. I'm gonna mute though. I got the listeners. Patriots.
Yeah.
What do we think? Best? Can we go to best available game? Sorry, I'm making you just click over and over.
I think it has to be AD Mitchell.
Yeah. Cooper DeJean does give me Patriot vibes, dude. Dude, they had white receivers for years. For years, they held it down.
Does that mean they're gonna get a white cornerback?
Yep, and hold it down on the other side. Boston would love a white cornerback. I'll tell you that.
Could be tackle though, also.
This pick doesn't even make sense.
Washington's?
Yeah.
I think it's also just a case of best available, right? I mean, Nobody expected him to be there, as you were saying. Seek the best player, right? At one point, that's got to be what you do. I don't knock it.
I mean, I guess, but wouldn't that give you incentive to trade back, especially knowing that you
maybe? But if this guy was the number one tackle on ESPN, at least, right? Like that's where he was when we started on the big board, and I mean the amount that he's dropped. I don't know, man. I think if they think he's a first round talent and they're getting him with like the third pick in the second round, they might take him, right? Like that was like, I mean, Sidney Jones we had a need, but he wasn't going to play for a year.
I don't know, man. It just.
And then the thing is, like Brandon said, like maybe they're just giving Dan Quinn another weapon on the defensive side of the ball.
But how would you utilize this and when? I mean, yeah, it makes your defensive line rotation deeper. Hell, okay. That's cool if you didn't just pay the other guys. So it's like.
But they had to let go of some guys, right?
Yeah, you let go of guys on the edge.
I know. Look, I'm not disagreeing with that. I understand that. But at the end of the day, it's just taking a good player. You value defensive line. It's a pick I can see the Eagles have made. You know. And yeah, Dan Quinn is defensive minded. I think he could find a place for him, right? That's smart.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I won't complain.
The Patriots took a receiver that isn't AD Mitchell.
They got him a jump ball guy.
Jalen Polk.
A really good one at that, but man. So we finally add a weapon, to say the least, in this New England offense to get their quarterback started. Do you think this was the most wise decision? Should they address the offensive line? Do you think they should have went somewhere on defense, or was this the right move for the Patriots?
I mean, looking at their receiver room, it's Juju Smith-Schuster, Kendrick Bourne, KJ Osborne, and Demario Davis. I think they need an alpha in that room, and Polk. I don't know if I'd call him that. Like I said, I would have taken AD Mitchell, but I mean, it's not saying Polk is a bad receiver or anything like that.
Wait, you're saying TikTok dance Juju Smith-Schuster is not
an
alpha?
We're not going to do this here again.
Poo-poo.
Not on live TV.
Boo Boo Smith-Schuster.
No, it was Poo-poo shit hoopster or something.
Poo-poo shit hoopster.
I can't remember.
I'll never forget because he's a thief and a TikTok merchant.
TikTok merchant is crazy.
All right.
The times on the picks in the second and third round are like
it's supposed to be faster,
lesser,
dude. But I
right?
feel like
It's
this is taking
faster,
forever again.
It's supposed to be. It looked like they still got about 10 minutes to down, which is intriguing. I think it's gonna go from 10 to 7, but sheesh.
All right, who's up now?
After New England is Tennessee.
So Titans took a tackle first round.
The Titans take a tackle first round. Of course, last year they got Joe Alton. I mean, not Joe Alton. Last year they got Peter Skoronski in the first round, showing up the offensive line. Of course, they also acquired Tajay Spears, then the acquisition of Tony Pollard this offseason. They kind of loading up for their quarterback. They signed Calvin Ridley, already have DeAndre Hopkins in home. You think
this could be a safety spot? Tyler Newman, maybe?
Particularly after they dealt Kyle.
Yeah.
So it's something. I mean, they have talent on defense. Now, granted, they're clearly heading into a different direction under a different regime. So it's interesting to see how they feel about the guys they have in the building. But
think they go O-line again.
I mean,
it was pretty.
It wouldn't be bad. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad choice.
Yeah, their O-line was pretty terrible. So.
I mean, yeah, but
do you think they could take a receiver?
Yes.
I know they just paid two guys, but
even the first
DeAndre Hopkins is getting old, bro. Like,
exactly.
Just take
both of them are getting old. Both of them are 30.
Exactly. You don't take like a third receiver here. AD Mitchell is still on the board, bro. If we're going like, BPA at a position of need, he's a pretty damn good value.
What's the word on AD Mitchell? I remember you said something. I can't remember if it was on Boom or Bust or our pod Quell. Something about like, what does he take diabetes medicine or something like that?
There's something of that nature. And
yeah,
you can have an insulin pump that like pumps the entire time. That's ridiculous.
I don't know.
That thing is probably installed like he has like a little thing, and he's been playing his entire life. That's
And didn't they say like it causes like behavior problems or something like that when he doesn't take the medicine or something like that, right?
It did, but I have no idea.
I mean, the only thing that can happen is he might get like
irritated.
Yeah,
he doesn't have enough blood sugar.
His blood sugar doesn't commit to running. I don't want to necessarily say commit to running routes, but just commit to playing the game of football. He's just a different person, for lack of a better term. But I don't know. This was all what they reported. I don't have enough information to report on that.
So all right, Titans took Tavondre Sweat.
Ooh, a run on tackles.
Yep, that's exactly what Ari Merovs wrote. A run on tackles. DT is going on.
Isn't he Josh Sweat's brother?
No.
He isn't?
No.
I swear I saw that tweeted somewhere.
They lied to you.
They lied. All right. So who's next up now? Because the NFL
Carolina.
Their stream. This one sucks.
My gosh.
Pierre's guy is still on the board.
Wait, who?
the Baptiste guy.
Oh.
Jean Baptiste.
Yeah.
That's your cousin.
I should ask my dad. Could they go Jonathan Brooks, you think? Because I know Miles, like, he was terrible last year.
I mean, everything was terrible last year. If your name wasn't Adam Thielen, honestly.
Yeah.
Nothing really worked for that. That was just bad. And whatever, just reset with everything that happened. Now, granted, the new regime ain't committed to Miles Sanders. So we'll see how all that goes. But I do think he deserves an opportunity to at least prove himself. Now, does that mean not take the running back?
Did you see Dallas, like Jerry Jones, he virtually said Jonathan Brooks is who they're targeting. Yeah.
Knowing the league, he's probably just going to get him too.
Yeah. What's wrong with him though? Like, why would you leak that? Like, you said it out of your mouth.
I mean, maybe he's trying to get another guy to fall to him. Or who knows? Hell.
You think Jerry Jones is playing checkers, Quell?
Xavier Legette said that the Panthers said that they was going to draft him. And the Panthers drafted him, so who knows? Maybe.
Because nobody expected Legette to go in the first round.
I mean, they should have known that a run on receivers was bound to happen at back end of the first round, front end of the second round. Man, all this
Rams are on the clock.
Yeah, and
they traded up with Carolina.
Yeah.
Is this Cooper DeJean?
Pick that they got from the Brian Burns deal.
Is this Cooper DeJean?
I'm not sure. I can't.
That's confirmed, Parth?
No, sorry. I was responding to what Quell said.
Oh. I think this might be the Gene.
I'm not quite sure. What's your thoughts on that? Why would you say that?
Well, I mean, throughout the draft process, I've kind of seen him mock to them. And also, I don't know what's their cornerback situation.
Oh, give me a second. I can tune into it.
I know they don't have Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, that damn sure ain't happening.
I know Akello Witherspoon was one of their starters last year.
Rams cornerback situation. They signed. You ready? Tre'Davious White.
They signed Tre'Davious White?
Yes, they did.
Wow.
How did I miss that?
They also have Darius Williams from Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all think happens with Kool-Aid?
I'm assuming I would assume he would have went off the board at the position where
there's gonna be a run on corners. I mean, by run I mean like the two guys. It'll happen probably in close succession.
You think? Because it's kind of.
How many picks till us now? Are we on like 36 now?
They trying to
we
force
are
out
39. Oh, all right.
Year.
All right, 10 picks. Oh, I don't think any of these. I don't think Junior Colson's gonna drop to us.
Edgerrin Cooper, brother.
Dude, Edgar, I don't know, dude. He gives me Devin White vibes. Ever since I read that and watched his film, I just kind of see it. He's fast. Does he do everything you need him to?
Yeah, he said
I mean, he's not a Mike. He's not a Mike
off-
linebacker.
Yeah, he
We
said
need a Mike.
off ball.
We need a Mike. I don't think Nakobe can be a Mike. I think Nakobe is a better fit at will, and I think you need somebody else at Mike. You need somebody like TJ Edwards.
Yeah, and Junior Colson, he's kind of TJ Edwards with better
That's-
coverage skills.
Exactly, and
I understand it.
I think like if we had TJ last year and Nakobe was able to come on a little bit slowly, I think that would have been a lot better for him. But they just threw the green dot on the guy his first year starting. Like that was nuts. And I know he's like really smart and he can handle a lot of things, obviously, but it's just not. That's not good business, you know.
It's so hard to see exactly how the Eagles not necessarily commit to the linebacker position, but how do they invest in this position in this class specifically?
All right, Rams are taking Brandon Fisk.
Oh, thank you.
All right,
His name is
Wait,
Brady.
who did they take in the first round?
Jared Verse. They got two FSU guys.
Okay.
They clearly
Rams
go
are
to that
FSU,
game like 15.
FSU West.
They said, "Hell, bring me the whole defensive line."
That's pretty funny.
So the Rams gave up.
Yeah, they just replaced Aaron Donald. It's going to be a seamless transition.
Wow. They traded a 2025 second round pick for this.
Wait, so is this Washington back on the clock again?
Yeah, I told you they had 2 first round picks. I mean, 2 second round picks. I would assume this one is the tackle.
Offensive tackle?
Yeah.
Kingsley, maybe.
So far, with the board falling the way it is, Eagles, what's this, 10 picks away? How you feeling?
I think we're in a good spot, man.
Yeah.
We're in a good spot. Cooper DeJean, he's still available. A.D. Mitchell, he's still available. Marshawn Nealon, like we talked about. At edge, he's still available. No linebacker has been taken. I think they're in a good spot.
What about you, Parth?
Yeah, I think I like the spot we're in. I think if we want, I don't know. Actually, I don't even know if we need to move up. We're 10 picks away. I have a feeling we might move up. Howie just likes to move up. I'll rephrase that. I think we make a move. I think we all have kind of agreed that they move out of 53 or 50, more likely 53. But I think there's a chance they can move up as well. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think they're only making 1 second round selection.
Yeah. Unless it's like a late second again.
Yeah.
I mean, but we already are close to the end. I mean, unless they get like a, 60 pick, something like that, and then something in the future.
So,
what about you, Quell? What about you? How you feeling?
I mean, the board, I feel like in terms of how the board is falling, it's falling pretty well for the Eagles. Now, the question is, what do you guys think is more likely?
Apparently, the Eagles traded up. This is what Chris said. Let me check Twitter.
They traded up from 40 with the Commanders.
There it is. Let's go.
All right. Who's Cooper DeJean?
We was talking about it.
Is this Cooper?
You have to wonder. It has to be a cornerback. They just took a cornerback in round 1.
I don't know if it's a
wide
corner
receiver.
again, bro. All right, let's all put in our picks. Let's do it.
I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna go Cooper DeJean or Junior Colson.
Well,
the pick is in.
we got our guy.
Wow.
Big.
Bro, we took
Cooper DeJean.
2000.
Cooper DeJean.
They invested into the secondary. They
Bro.
The White Knight.
They got a
Let's go.
And that's
Let's go, dude.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah. We got the great white hope.
who's
We got the great white
prepared
hope. Let's go.
We got the great white hope.
Who is prepared for Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship?
I'm on a stream, dude. Bye. Watch it. Ask it in the comments. Bye.
The great white hope.
The great white hope, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
This dude is so good, man.
Oh my god.
This dude is so good.
He's
How
cold,
do
man.
you
He
feel,
is
man?
cold.
How do you-
He's
And
a
the thing
baller.
is, and listen, the thing is, like, now that you've drafted Quinyon, you don't have to force him to play outside. He can legitimately be what
weapon.
you need him to be, a chess piece.
Wherever you need
Move
to
him everywhere.
If
Him
Yeah.
and Chauncey.
Hey,
whew.
hey,
Wrong play.
Benadryl abuse enthusiast. Yes, it is. Back-to-back CBs is okay because that's
Tell 'em he's
exactly what
thinking about
Pierre
it in
just
the
said.
wrong perspective. You shouldn't be thinking about it in the perspective of back-to-back cornerbacks. You should be thinking about it in the perspective of the Eagles. Figured out necessarily what they're gonna do in terms of Slay and Bradbury replacements if they feel how I think they feel about Keely Ringo, and
Yeah.
then of course the selection of Quinyon Mitchell.
Wait, we traded. Did they traded 53?
They traded
50 and 53?
No.
both of them.
What?
No.
They get 78.
They get
40
78.
and
I get it.
78.
I get it.
So
You
they
get a high third.
round pick. We got a
You get a
third
high
round
third.
pick. Pick in
That's
the
Wait,
exactly
wait.
what we thought, bro.
So
They
it
tra-
was
It's
was
essentially what we
50,
thought. They
50 and
moved out of
53 for
53.
40 and 78.
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay.
40, 78,
and
50,
168.
53, and 160.
161. I'm sorry. I think that's totally fine. And
Right.
and Nehemiah, like I get no linebacker is a little frustrating, especially with Junior Colson on the board, or Peyton Wilson, some of these other guys. But our secondary has been an issue for so long, and I get linebacker has as well. But they invested in Devin White. I think they think highly of him, but the secondary needs help, dude. And now we have, a guy who can play all over the place. We have Quinyon on the outside who can take that cornerback 2 spot and cornerback 1 spot in the future. And now you have a chess piece, like Pierre said at the beginning. I really like the way you phrased it. It's just like he doesn't have the pressure of having to play on the outside. And that's not to say he can't, because he absolutely has shown he can. But we're able to utilize him and use all of his strengths. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is so flexible. He really is a chess piece, and now you can utilize that. And shit, he's a good kick returner too. Like, you know what I mean?
He can do anything.
Literally
The guy can play
Can you
basketball.
imagine if we have dude? We got Reed Blankenship. We got Britton Covey. We got Cooper DeJean. Can you imagine if we had a kick return unit of Cooper DeJean and Britton Covey? Sign me up, baby. Sign me up.
Just absolutely have to love it, man.
So, Brandon, I think they felt they had to leapfrog maybe like Green Bay or Indy for him. And I mean, like we outlined, like, yeah, you gave up 50 and 53, but you got a second round. I mean, you got a third round pick. And what's the other compensation? Was it just 40 and 78?
No, we gave up. Yeah, we got 40 and 78, and we gave up 50, 53, and 161.
Okay. And they still have what 171 and 172. So
Oh, they got BG announcing it. Hell yeah, he's back home.
Hell yeah.
Michigan guy.
Against
That's cool. Man, I really love the pick. And yeah, Brandon, I know it's not. It looks worse than it actually is, because I think we were gonna have. I think we just talked about. We were gonna have to move up for some of these guys, especially if you wanted them at like a position of impact and like one of the high end guys. I mean, Cooper was supposed to go in the first round by most people were thinking. Yeah, exactly. The way Chris phrased it, Pierre, if you could throw that up, it's Cooper DeJean and a third, and 152. I mean, I'm taking that, and we just moved out of 53. We essentially just used 50. All of us kind of thought that the Eagles would take probably only one guy in the second round, unless it was like a really late pick. And now they got a high pick in the third round, so I don't hate it.
yeah. So the next pick is definitely going to be offensive line, right?
Yeah, it's got to be.
I'm like
Howie's
90%
right
sure.
Howie's like itching in the.
This man's scratching. He's scratching.
He's like, are there any tackles available?
Oh, don't worry. The boy fall in love.
Oh, the Saints just traded up with the Packers and are taking Kool-Aid. Quarterback run. There it
Makes
is.
sense. He fits that kind of Alante Taylor, Lattimore-esque kind of guy.
I'm just surprised that the Packers didn't take him. They need a corner.
Yeah.
They do, but I mean, maybe they feel like trading back data, especially with
That's
Cooper.
a not to cut you off. That's a nice comp for Cooper the Gene. The NFL Network just put up Minka Fitzpatrick.
Yeah,
I like that.
I do too. He can just do a lot for you, dude.
Me watching on ESPN, not seeing the comp.
Yeah, well, I switched to ESPN too, bro. I know. They're just showing us film though, so I don't mind.
Right. But I mean, the guy Cooper DeJean, man, how does this make you feel about the outlining of the secondary? It's just not even just for this year, but the potential future. As I was saying earlier, you got Quinyon and potentially Keeley manning the outside. You got Cooper DeJean that you can move across the board. Of course, you know they just re-signed
Chauncey.
GJ. You see Parth in the GJ jersey. So just this completely different secondary from the secondary that we've come to see over the last few years. Yeah, I
This
think
is
it's
amazing.
Chris.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
And then you see already with the investment they have in the defensive line, you got the car.
Oh, James Bradbury's gone, Brandon.
Yeah.
James Bradbury is just good as gone.
Sorry, brother. There's just not enough space. There's literally some of the young guys are probably going to be gone too.
It's like the you remember
Josh Grove
you remember the SpongeBob episode when they had the clubhouse and Squidward
Yeah.
tried to get in and they were like, "You can't fit in." That's James Bradbury. You can't fit in, brother.
You love yourself a SpongeBob reference,
Bro.
My man is the Magic Comp accuser. Magic Comp. Which reference should I say today?
Oh, Texans have selected Kamari Lassiter.
The run on cornerbacks. The run on cornerbacks. See,
and guess what? We got two of them.
Getting all of these offensive players off the board. I think we might have even set a record for the amount of offensive players to go yesterday. I have to go back and check, but I believe we got there. But with all the offensive players going off the board yesterday, you kind of had to assume the run on defensive players, the run on cornerbacks specifically would come sooner rather than later. I'm surprised these tackles continue to fall. Guys that you would think the league viewed in a specific light. Like we've mentioned, Pierre, we already said we just gonna call him KJ because we don't know what the hell his last name is.
Kyron Amegja Jadali, whatever it is. Something like that.
Miguel, Kingsley, Sumala Tua. You got guys like Patrick Paul, Blake Fisher. Cooney. So many guys that hell we thought could have gone late into the first round. So it's just interesting to see the fall on tackles continue to happen.
Them being able to get Cooper DeJean, man.
I'm literally just thinking about that right now. I'm like, how the hell did we get DeJean and Quinyon?
You think it was worth it giving up 50 and 50?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not a question. And I see it as moving back because you still get 78. Like that. If we didn't get 78, then it's definitely a question. You know, if it was only 161 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or we gave up 161.
Gave up 161.
23 offensive players in the first round that's crazy.
Unprecedented.
That run was nuts. I mean, there was just the quarterbacks and then the tackles. Also, Ricky Pearsall, first round, baby. Let's go. Gators are developing talent, baby.
So, I mean, I guess that's a great kind of segue into that, especially when you see all the runs on cornerbacks that's going down. We've talked exponentially about how deep this wide receiver class is, but we also have to acknowledge the fact that, I mean, San Francisco 49ers just drafted a wide receiver. There's been barking noise of them moving one of their wide receivers in the near
I would not trade for Debo if I'm another team.
I mean,
I just don't know if he finds as much success on another team as he does with Kyle Shanahan. I buy Brandon Ayuk succeeding outside of the scheme much more than Debo, personally.
And you care?
Well, I'm just saying.
After all the trash that he talked about your team?
Parth was
Ayuk,
going. Parth was going nuclear on Debo.
Debo's a dumb bitch, bro. Debo,
Hey.
what? What? Debo, come find me, Debo. I'm not scared. Stupid. Can't even run routes. He's a running back.
There you go. That's the type of slander we need. That's what the people are looking for.
He's a punk, dude. Always talking when they're doing well, and then he's crying on the side. Like, oh, what happened to the Super Bowl, Debo?
This guy.
Oh, you weren't on Twitter, Debo. Oh, I wanted to go spend time with my family. You didn't have time for your family when you were on Twitter the entire season. That's probably when you should have been spending time with your family.
Yes.
All right, you can cut me off in my rant. It's probably a good thing.
My boy.
Who did Arizona? Rakestraw?
And it's Max Melton, a long rangey cornerback going to play
Rutgers
and a scheme. That's what the people need to see.
And Chris's comment is interesting. According to Ari, we had to move up because the Packers were going to take. The Packers moved back because we jumped.
Cooper DeJean to the Packers was the best kept secret.
I thought he was going to go in the first. I thought he was going to go to the Packers.
Howie's a slick man, bro.
hey, if you think Howie ain't working them phones, understanding who want who and who going where,
Howie's a slick man, bro.
Slick is hilarious.
Green Bay traded back. Howie's like, oh, you think you're gonna get him? Watch this.
Watch this.
Hey, check my guy. So you guys want to move up here? Man, Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell.
I didn't think it was possible.
Howie Roseman signed a running back and drafted 2 straight cornerbacks. The man is on a mission. He threw conventional. He read that will be fun mock draft to start the series, the off season. That's what happened. And he said, you know what? He's on to something. Throw conventional wisdom out the window. The hell with that.
Okay, so let's go through it. Let's go through the corners on the roster. I'll say a name. You guys tell me whether it's stay or go. Okay. Tristan McCollum. I'm pretty sure that's go from everybody.
Yeah.
I see you, twin.
Isaiah Rodgers.
Stay. I think he provides enough upside as a kick returner, punt returner, and just in terms
they
of
invested in him for a reason.
Exactly.
But
you think so, Steve?
I think the embarrassment of riches that they have at the position right now, currently at least, I don't think it's back guaranteed. I think it's a bit of a swing for the future. Like, okay, if it works, it works. If it doesn't,
Los is back. He's freaking out.
Hey, Los. They saw all your emails and text messages and phone calls.
Bro called NovaCare every day of the week trying to get them to draft the corner.
And Steve, I think just to kind of speak to what you said about the Birds taking Cooper, not Kool-Aid, I think Kool-Aid is more set as an outside cornerback too. He wouldn't play this year. You know, if you take Quinyon Mitchell, I think Cooper DeJean gives you a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more ability to play everywhere else. And I think he joined a little bit late, but Pierre said the comp that they had up on
NFL Network was Minkah Fitzpatrick.
NFL Network was Minkah Fitzpatrick, and somebody like that in a Fangio scheme, I think it's really exciting. You got a guy who can play safety, nickel. Same thing with CJ, and you have the flexibility with those two guys being able to play safety and nickel. You can do a ton of disguising, dude. Like, and Quinyon, CJ, and Cooper DeJean, all 3 ball hawks.
Ball hawks. It's like
that's
the worst part. It's like the football just finds them.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun watching these guys, dude.
Yeah, but let's get back to it. So Isaiah Rodgers, I think him and Zach McPherson, that's gonna be an interesting battle to watch because I do think that's gonna be the battle maybe for the 4th outside corner role. Maybe I don't know.
Nope. Take a step back a little bit. You were close. Take a step back a little bit though. Cooper DeJean has a role, I think it's going to be a little bit more at the nickel. I think Cooper, he's going to play some nickel, but I don't think Cooper DeJean has a defined role yet. I think it's going to
Oh
be a
no,
little bit
no.
more of some nickel, some safety. Like he's going to be used in a little bit of everywhere. I'm excited to see the there's three safety sets in general, but even
They
outside
go
of
to
that,
big nickel.
I think
So wait, let me ask you
particularly
this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Who drops down into the box when they go into big nickel? CJ?
and that's what I was just about to say. I think things is going to look strange this year. So these are one of those conversations where you're going to have to stay patient with us and figure it out because especially you got guys like Avante resigning. Hell, Isaiah Rogers came back. Who, yeah, you can have the conversation about him as the fifth outside cornerback, but he also has the versatility to play inside, and that was what basically the projection was before he came back. He was probably projected to move inside the slot, but I think this year specific. That's why I said I'm not even sure it's a guarantee that he makes the roster. They might keep him there for body and learning purposes and things of that nature, but I think this year specifically, following this year, that's when you'll see the rotation between them two moving down back and forth, which one to drop back. And I think honestly, to answer the question, it kind of varies depending on what teams do, what they want to do specifically, with who they're facing. Like basically, if they're facing a very agile wide receiver, you know specifically my thoughts about Cooper DeJean and him lateral ability, changing direction, things of that nature. That ain't his strong suit. If they're gonna be playing a bunch of man coverage and things of that nature, then it's probably gonna be CJ dropping down or match man coverage. And if they're gonna
Bro,
be
the things I'm sorry,
zone,
I'm sorry to cut you off, but the things they're gonna be able to do.
buddy, that's why I had to emphasize the match man coverage because it's not just gonna be man coverage. You're gonna watch and be like, yeah, that was man coverage. That wasn't man coverage. That was a zone cover play, but that was match coverage going on. But just if it's one of them things, CJ had
Packers
walked in.
took Edgar and Cooper.
Oh,
That makes sense. What the hell? You thought he was gonna fall to us? You sound
I
like
didn't-
CJ Stroud now, man. You just greedy, embarrassing.
But no, so I think the corner room it'll probably shake out like no Slade's there, Bradbury's gone.
But Slade, you
Uh,
all right. Hold on. I got a question before you continue into that. Would this all but signify that this is Slade's last year as an Eagle?
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. As much as it's gonna hurt to say bye, yeah, I think it does because I mean you think about Keely Ringo and they invested. Not gonna say a premium pick, but they did move a third to trade up to get him
Oh,
in the fourth
Raiders
round
took
last year.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
Again, that's a Antonio Pierce football guy selection.
Football guy for sure.
Yeah. When they come back in the third round and get Spencer Rattler, it's gonna be amazing. But yeah, I think you look at Keely Ringo and what they've invested in him.
Oh, they announced him as a guard. Interesting. Why, dude? Who's at center for them?
I'll look it up.
Reed Blankenship and
Exciting whites.
in the same secondary.
So if this is right, the only center that the Raiders have on their roster is some guy by the name of Andre James. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, interesting that they wouldn't just play him at center. He's a damn good center. Oh, the Packers pick is in. Wait. Oh, NFL Network is way behind. Yeah. What the hell? Panthers are on the clock now.
They traded up?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, just looking at the cornerback room, I think it'll shake out as Slay, DeJean, Mitchell, Rango. I want to say Avante makes it, but I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The room is getting crowded, especially if Isaiah Rogers is the nickel.
He's gonna.
And then you
decide between Avante and younger prospects, and that's.
And then But you still got Tyler Hall too, who they signed in the offseason.
Honestly, wait, damn. I'm glad y'all brought this back up because it took me back to what Pierre was saying earlier. I do think Avante is going to make it because of the fact that the similarities in the scheme, kind of like Pierre, like you said, they used to run the great value version of the scheme, but they ran the scheme nonetheless. And Avante was there; he's familiar with the scheme, familiarity. I
I think he froze again.
Yeah, Dame. Packers did indeed scoop Edgar and Cooper, but
As just a football guy, that pick hurts just because I was such like a big fan of him. I know we couldn't get him, but
I
but
still want
yeah.
Junior, bro. I want Junior
And
Colson or Peyton Wilson.
it's so interesting looking at the cornerback room though, because like you remember last year there was the huge group of like young guys they had: Josh Jobe, Mekhi Gardner, Goodrich, uh, Tywan Mullen, Eli Ricks,
Yeah.
and those guys are still there on top of what they've added. This is gonna be interesting, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I wonder if Avante will be on the roster because they're gonna have to choose between some of those young guys and a guy like Avante,
Yeah.
right?
but I mean, I think it'll come down to them keeping 5 cornerbacks, maybe 6. You know, Slay, DeJean, Quinyon. That's 3. Keeley.
Rango,
That's
that's
4.
4.
So that's when it'll come down to 6 because you got to keep an extra outside corner.
That might be Ricks, I think, just
Yeah,
because of how much
I
like
agree.
they
I
utilized
think
them last year.
Joe Goodrich.
Actually, it might be 5. Honestly, as I think about it, because I thought it came down to Avante keeping his roster spot because of familiarity, and then it'll come down to like you were saying, McPherson and
Isaiah.
yeah, Isaiah. Where I mean, we know how they felt about McPherson before his injury last year. They were even trying him some at nickel, and we said last year that if he was going to save himself a roster spot, him playing nickel was going to be able to save him.
Yeah.
So I think that they was going to I thought they would let them two try out, but honestly, taking into account, you keep Avante, you cut one of them two, and you just let Cooper or CJGJ rotate down, however you choose to play with that in terms if you needed an extra body at nickel behind Avante. Man,
Yeah, but we so to answer your question, Johnny, we kind of alluded to this or kind of addressed it already. So Cooper the Gene, I think we're all in agreement that this is a home run of a pick. Being able to draft Mitchell and then coming back in the second round and getting the guy in the Gene who we all really like pre-draft. And then in terms of where he plays, I don't think he has a defined position. Like just because of everywhere else you look around the defense, like Slay is going to be an outside corner. James Bradbury is more than likely going to be cut. He's not going to be here. Quinyon is going to be the other outside starting corner. Then in the slot, Avante, uh, maybe Isaiah Rodgers. I know he hasn't played there, but
Hey,
yeah.
Jerry Jones is a buffoon, Quell.
Wait, what did he do?
Panthers just took Jonathan Brooks.
I knew it. Didn't I call that? I called it.
You did. You did. You
that
called
was a
that.
good call, Pierre. That was
Yeah,
a
so
give
funny.
Miss Flowers. You get your
but
clock back. You lost it yesterday, but you get it back today.
yeah, but to continue, even in the slot, like CJ might drop down some. The Gene might rotate in there. It's just a ton of things they can do.
There's so much flexibility.
Yeah,
They can switch with these guys and just disguise a ton.
and
And
I
that's
think
what
the most interesting thing about this is like I think this alludes to maybe them being more of a, and I think you talked about this, Quell, but them being more of like a matchup based defense, like depending on who they're facing and the personnel they're going to use.
So
and sorry, Quell, before you go, Brandon said Rodgers is CB2. I don't know, man. I think they just drafted Quinyon Mitchell to do that.
I think he means outside of Slay and Mitchell.
Oh, I see. Okay, so not like the actual cornerback two on the field. Yeah.
I think that's
I would
Keeley.
agree.
I think it's Keeley though.
I think
think it's
Isaiah just has
Keeley.
more experience.
Yeah.
Keeley is still very raw. And he was raw in college too. He's just super freaking athletic.
I mean, yeah, but cornerback was the hardest position. Is the hardest position to transition from college to pros, and I think
That's what. No, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think Isaiah Rodgers could be cornerback 2 this year. Well,
no. That's why I was just about to say. I think him having the opportunity to work under Slay. I would like to say and Bradbury. He didn't have the greatest year, but I'm sure he could. He had some good pointers to give off from his past success. But just having an opportunity from learn from guys, kind of like how he emphasized in his pre-draft presser, along with the reps that he was able to get in the time he was able to play. I don't think we can have the conversation about the same Keely Ringo that we had 365 days ago. I think he's a completely different player.
I think he can be a different player, but I still think a guy who's had starting experience in the NFL for multiple seasons is
and
probably
then miss one.
I thought he said 2 seasons.
I said, and then missed the season.
Yeah, but he still had starting experience. Is my point. Keely played 2 games, 3 games, and it was hard for him to get on the field too. They kept playing Eli Riggs and Josh Jobe over him. So I think he definitely has improved, but I don't think he's going to come out and just all of a sudden be this totally different corner. Like you just said it's one of the hardest positions to transition from college to the NFL. Even if you got great surroundings, it's one of the hardest positions on the field.
So
it should work like this, Chris. We should get a comp pick for drafting a minority corner.
That is so wild.
That's crazy. That is crazy work. Crack is whack. But the Giants have just fulfilled the prophecy and cashed my bet of Tyler Nubin being the first safety off the board.
All right.
That's a nice gift for them to replace McKinney.
Yeah. Go Gophers.
The hell is that, man? Stay in the SEC.
I got love for Minnesota. You don't hear me baby.
Auburn. Stay in the SEC, man.
Nobody who wants to cheer for Auburn. I have friends who went to Auburn. They're miserable.
Minnesota.
PJ Fleck, row the boat. Ski you ma.
You disgust me.
All this for the Rams to be better.
Bro, I got so many nicknames for the Reed Blankenship and Cooper DeJean secondary.
The milk.
I can't do that.
Obviously,
I'm gonna text him in the chat.
Milk missiles. I don't know. I'll think of some.
Okay, so Mason Smith goes a little earlier than I expected. Mason Smith.
Jesus Christ, Pierre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys. They're on their way, brother. They're on their way.
Somebody take his telephone.
They're on their way.
We run into you will not replace us defense.
My brother said I gotta put a no Diddy on the milk missiles. So, no Diddy.
My man said we run into you won't overcome. It's crazy. That is crazy. You are wild. Can't do that.
So when do we think they address linebacker?
If they take one in the 3rd round, dude, I will lose my freaking mind. Like, it'll be like something I've never seen before.
You said if they take a who?
If they take a linebacker in the 3rd.
I mean, that's their thing, man. That's what we do. That's our spot. Davion Taylor,
Cedric Gray.
Dean. That's our
Cedric
spot.
Gray.
Chris Jenkins just got taken by Michigan by Bengals.
So many players.
That's a nice get for them. They needed a D tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck Michigan. I'm sorry. I've been trying so hard. I've been doing so good not cussing. But every time y'all mention Michigan, y'all just make me have to say it. This coach is not here. Got to give our slander,
I know he's probably running laps through the house since they got the gene.
Coach loved the Digine pick. All right, who's up next now? Giants are back up? No, they're just showing
Washington? Is it
Why
Washington?
are they doing this, dude? Why is NFL Network so whack? Or are we just super ahead? This is really confusing. Watching this on mute is not easy.
Things that have to be done for the greater good.
The Rams drafted 2 guys from FSU.
The Cooper
Braden Fisk
got
and
an A+.
Nasty work. How did FSU do against Georgia? Because I heard they said they deserve to be in the playoffs.
Look, man. They didn't
What happened?
The whole team opted out. What are we doing here? That is a stupid
I
conversation.
don't give a shit, dude. Quell, you stay your ass in Ohio. You stay your ass in Ohio because FSU and Florida was in the bowl game against Oregon State and everyone opted out. Kyle Pitts opted out. Kyle Trask opted out. All the receivers opted out. Oh, Florida lost to Oregon State. So guess what? We didn't lose 3-63. Suck it, FSU. Suck it. All right. Good Lord. We're not doing any FSU nonsense here. My God. I already have to deal with the dogs on the Gators or on the Eagles. I'm losing my mind, dude. So many rivals. Incorrect spelling of Chris.
So, as the Eagles head into the 3rd round with a pick, finally, what's the expectation? Do they stay put? Do they move back? Is there a specific player that you think?
And then also, yeah, that's. Oh, sorry, not to cut you off, Quell. That's another thing. Sidney Brown. Where do we use him at?
Just a bunch of flexible guys, dude.
It's crazy how it's quickly become like an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, our secondary sucks.
Yeah.
Like you got Quinyon, CJ, Slay, Ringo, Sidney Brown, Devontae Maddox. And it's still, you can realistically speaking, you can still name 3 more who have a stake to make the roster.
Right.
You keep throwing Devontae Maddox in there like he's been playing.
Don't be on the team, Parth.
I know.
Hey,
I want him to stay healthy. He's too damn small.
We might need a Shavin cameo to break it down.
Oh my gosh. No. We're not getting one of them. I go for the next 2 hours, honestly. He can't be on the team because she know how many games he played in the last 2 seasons. She told me that. I was like,
what is it? Like 4?
Might be close to 6.
I was gonna say 4 to 6.
6 games. 6 games in 2 seasons is crazy work.
That's my point, bro. I like the guy. Him and Dallas Goedert was so fun, like the bromance and all that. But like, he literally cannot stay healthy, and that was the issue. He was too small, and he's got the alligator arms. I've seen Devontae Maddox lose at the catch point so many times, dude.
But that's because he was playing outside.
Even on the inside, brother. Like
that. If you matched him up with a bit, well, I watched the Buccaneers game, and the Buccaneers specifically put Mike Evans in the slot. He has alligator arms.
Good dude, though.
So we are at pick. I don't even know what pick are we at.
Dude, it's so confusing because it's coming out so early, and on here, all right, Bengal selection is in, but we already know who they picked.
So we're at 50, basically. If the board keeps falling the way it does, which I got on docket for the Eagles.
In a perfect world.
I don't know, bro. It's still early. We don't pick for 30 picks.
One of those tackles we discussed at an earlier metric. KJ, as we didn't establish, that's what we calling them.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a tackle. If there's not, yeah,
I
maybe
mean,
if there's like a
that's
guy
the
who just
people that
should
went
not be
off the
there,
board.
So
they take a
if
chance.
it's tackle, the guy I really want is Blake Fisher. He's 21. I feel like he has a lot of moldable, I guess, traits. Really powerful guy. He can move a little bit. Um, but I don't know if he's gonna be there. That's the thing. Because he didn't. Did he get taken? I don't think he got taken. No, he's still on the board.
No, he's still there.
Yeah, good size, 6'6", 310. I think he started. I think he's been primarily a right tackle. Yeah, 26 games at right tackle, just 1 game at left tackle.
Yeah,
That's if he's there though.
yeah.
What about tight end though? That's a sneaky position.
Johnny Wilson.
Get out of here. Scram, pal.
Johnny Wilson is crazy.
Before you get to tight end, I would say, oh my gosh, I hate my life.
What happened?
The Commanders just drafted Mikey Stanley.
Mm-hmm. That feels like a Dan Quinn football guy pick.
Devonta and the Smith versus Mikey Smith. Devonta and the slot versus Mikey Stanley is going to go nasty. That's nasty work right there. And that's the type of stuff I want to sign up to see. If you're a football fan, that's the stuff you want to see right there. That's cinema. Man, that's a damn good pick by Washington.
Who'd they take?
Mike Stanger still.
Okay.
Just solidified the nickel cornerback position if you're a Commanders fan.
Back-to-back Michigan players.
Back-to-back nickel players. Because didn't they take, granted, it's a different regime now, but they took Jadavion Brown last year to play nickel. And now you go back to Mikey Stanley still. Another team that's going to have something interesting. Something interesting.
Yeah, they could also they could also go edge.
Wait, bro. Cooper DeJean averaged 25, 8, and 7 in high school.
He was a bucket.
Yeah, I'm watching.
You ever seen? Oh, y'all about to ask you ever seen his film?
Yeah, he's cooking.
You seen him catching bodies?
Yes.
The first one I seen that popped up, he was dunking on a guy. I'm like, oh my god!
I'm like, holy shit, dude!
That's Cooper DeJean.
The whole dude, it's just all bodies.
In terms of edge options in the third, of course, my number one guy is Marshawn Nealon. I don't know if he'll be there. Probably won't. It's looking like Adisa Isaac is still going to be there. I know Quell can speak more about him than I can. Another guy I really like is Braylon Trice down here, number 7. He's a guy kind of like Latu who would add some. I'm going to say it, Chris. I don't know if you're still here. Girth to the defensive line room. That's what we need. We need the girth. Yeah, those are some of the guys I look at. Like everybody else, Jonah Ellis, he's another guy who has the girth. But Austin Booker,
okay, dude, Jesus Christ,
Jalen Hunt, they're all kind of undersized or at least kind of similar to what they currently have in the edge room. Yeah, what you guys think?
No, I'm with you. I really am just curious because this draft is just kind of throwing everything we've kind of understood about the Eagles on its head, and it's also because the draft has fallen that way. So I think this is really just a case of them taking like the best players, you know, and I appreciate that. I don't know if we see another move up.
Why does everything hate me? Why are all my guys getting drafted?
Who got drafted?
Wait, who else got picked?
Zach Frazier, center. They got him listed as a guard / center, but he's a center.
Wow, the Steelers. The Steelers are shoring up their old line.
Hey, I know damn well he ain't playing guard. Didn't they sign Isaac said Malu? He ain't playing guard.
Yeah, he's playing center.
Hey.
Unless they play Fatanu at center.
They ain't playing him there. He the other guard.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Fatanu. Oh my gosh, Fatanu Frazier, Samalu.
That's
I'm
legit.
not gonna. Hey, Quell, I'm not gonna lie. I think another one of your guys is about to get picked. I would not be shocked if Indianapolis takes Rakestraw here.
Sexu? Oh my god.
Rakestraw.
Bro, AD Mitchell is still dropping.
They probably have to ensure that he has his diabetes medication.
My goodness.
That's so crazy. He's a baller.
Y'all need help.
Hey, that time it was Pierre. It wasn't me. Don't put that on.
So far, we scroll down. Oh no, that's the rankings. Go to the rounds. How many picks are we in so far? Let's pick 19 in the second round. I seen 19 picks into the second round.
Yeah.
What's your favorite one so far?
Besides Cooper?
Yeah, clearly. Yeah.
I think probably Jonathan Brooks to the Panthers, honestly. Because I remember how Dave Canales, when he was hired, one of the things he talked about was them having a strong running game. And like I talked about a little earlier, Miles Sanders, he struggled a lot last year under Frank Reich. Really, the whole offense did. But just getting a guy like Jonathan Brooks, who in all likelihood he was probably the consensus number one running back in this class, I think that'll help them.
Hey man, look, Frank Reich helped win the Eagles the Super Bowl. You don't slander him here.
I did not slander him.
Everybody sucked under him. It's crazy.
They did.
Adam Thielen was good.
That's one player. Who else?
That's not everybody.
That's one player.
All of
Bro, what other receivers did they have?
What's my man's name? Oh,
you don't even know his name. Bro said, "What's my bro said, what's my man name?"
He got drafted last year.
You talk about the cat out of LSU. I know who you're talking about.
Marcavius Mingo. He went to Ole Miss.
No, Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, I called that.
Then there's another. What's the other dude?
Went to LSU, didn't he?
What's the other dude they drafted from LSU? Is it Wallace Westbrook? What is his name? I'm gonna look it up.
Wallace. In the meantime, it looks like the Pacers about to beat the Bucks.
Well, that series it would be 2-1 Indiana.
And we're another step closer to Sixers.
Terrace Marshall. He's a receiver, the other receiver.
He had a fine season.
Yeah.
He's gone. High five. Group high five.
What happened?
Y'all not gonna high five me? It's a team effort.
What happened?
AD Mitchell is gone, and he's an Indianapolis coach.
Hey, let's go.
That's
AR
interesting.
AR to AD. AR to AD. I like it.
That's interesting because me and you, Quell, we've talked about it. We drafted Anthony Richardson, but we traded him in Dynasty. But they re-signed Michael Pittman. They drafted Alec Pierce a couple years ago.
He's gone.
They just took Josh Downs last year. And now they take AD Mitchell. I get it, get your quarterback as many weapons as possible, but where are you going to play AD Mitchell?
Who the hell cares, dude? He's a good player who's on the
board. I told you who's the out man out. They seen all they needed to see last year from Alec Pierce. He gone. Finish. You wide receiver 4. And eventually the shift will come where AD can become a potential wide receiver 1. And then you're in a situation where you can rotate Josh Downs, who I think plays mostly slot this season specifically. Yeah. But you can rotate Josh Downs and Michael Pittman, a guy who they like to move around himself to get him some open targets. But just the embarrassment of riches he has to throw the ball to right now in terms of them 3 guys. We've seen how Shane Steichen had the offense playing last year. I think the sky's the limit for this coaching so far.
I agree. I think that's a really good pick. At the end of the day, Pierre, like it's what you said. You said like I get it, but like you have to really get it, dude. Like surround your quarterback with talent. Who the hell cares? Like I thought AD Mitchell was one of the best receivers in this class. If you can get him like at the end of the second round, shit, I don't care how many guys you got on the roster. Just take them and figure it out later. You know, and especially with a guy like AR who can just like sling the shit out of the ball, dude. Like just get good fast guys.
Oh, did he?
Ennis is probably going to come off the board.
That was definitely no diddy necessary.
Hey, and why do you think Ennis didn't go in that cornerback run, Quell?
He has a injury history himself, and I mean I outlined that in the scouting report where that's my favorite. As for him being my favorite defensive prospect in the entire class, it comes down to his heart and how he plays the game with that heart. How I put it, he got hurt because of football, not both on the field and off the field. He can think back to when he was in high school and he's trying to go back to Under Armour camp, and all his teammates got let into the camp, but he didn't. And as he said, he went to the car and cried. He promised he made anybody that was named the All-American that stood in front of him, he was going to make them pay. And he did that every time he faced the All-American, both high school, college. He continued to live up to that name and that mantra. But at the same time of that, just an aggressive player, wants to tackle you, wants like outstanding in run support. But that aggressive nature has led to a groin injury, I believe not this last season, but the year before that. And then the year before that, he tore ACL. So there's a background surrounding him. But in terms of the player that you have in itself, I think whoever getting an outstanding player nonetheless.
Hell yeah. I think there's going to be a linebacker run soon.
I hope it starts with us.
I'm starting to believe that Junior Colston might and actually be the first one off the board the way it's taking so long for.
Edgar and Cooper already went, bro.
Oh yeah, Cooper, the next one off the board.
Yeah.
What y'all think happens with Peyton Wilson?
I don't know, man. I think there's going to be a run though. I think if one guy gets taken, there's going to be a couple.
Again, it's going to take somebody to take a risk. If it comes down to Colston or Wilson, I think Colson's the first one gone. But as you guys see on my board, I clearly have Wilson ranked higher. So you know my feelings about that. It's just like I said prior to this, he has a lot of other things that are going on with him that I can't necessarily clarify or verify. So I choose not to respond on that. All I can respond on is the film that he has. But that
who you talking about?
Factor Peyton Wilson.
Yeah,
I agree, Brandon. This draft is really deep. There are a lot of teams that are having like pretty damn good drafts, dude. Can't be mad.
Who's had the worst draft in y'all's opinion?
The worst?
The Falcons. Oh. Like I don't get it, dude. Like they're just like, if you wanted to trade it for Latu, why didn't you just take Latu and trade it for Michael Penix? I don't get it.
Michael Penix was not going to be there. Somebody like it came out. The Vikings would have took Penix over McCarthy. Like the Vikings, the Raiders, there was somebody else, a third team too. But there was a couple teams that was trying to take a swing to get Penix really
I don't know.
early.
But or just don't take Penix because you just signed a quarterback for $100 million.
Yeah, but I mean, kind of me and Pierre had this conversation before we got on. What can you say if like he said in his press conference, Terry Fontenot, if you love a guy, if you love a quarterback, especially, not just love a player, if you love a quarterback, you take that player.
I disagree if he's not going to play. I firmly disagree if he's not going to play until he's 27 or 28.
26. He's 24 now. Kirk Cousins, based on guarantees, is locked in for at least the next 2 seasons. After that, it's fair game. All they need
a 26-year-old who will have not played NFL snaps, 2 years on the bench. He's just I don't know, dude. I don't love it.
It's risky. It's risky as hell. Basically, how I put it to Pierre before we got on, I don't have a problem with the pick. I have a problem with the process. The pick was a good pick. I get why you made the pick, especially if you. I mean, come on. I made a reference like this yesterday during draft day. But if you're an Eagles fan, you can't complain about why they made that pick. We watched years of Sam Bradford and Kevin Cobb and whoever the hell else came in between and all of that. Like, we had bad years of quarterback play, and it just wasn't fun. And
but would you have, if you had just paid a quarterback $100? If we had just paid Kevin Cobb $100 million, would you have wanted to take a quarterback right there?
No, because
wouldn't you rather like get a receiver, not a receiver? Like, I mean, get some help for the damn quarterback. You know, so it's just confusing. I get what you're saying. It's the process. It just the thought process here just doesn't make much sense to me.
But I mean, it's a two-sided coin with there because when you even think about his recent history and what what Terry Fontenot has done, I mean, the man took a tight end at 6. The man took a running back at 8.
Generational prospects, baby.
My man, generational prospects, my ass, positional value. And he, like, basically from everything he's done historically, I've heard somebody say basically they think he untouchable, and I don't want to go out on
Yeah, you talking about Terry?
Yeah, just the way he go out there and make picks. Even when the Drake London pick, it was like, I mean, it was a good pick. Y'all didn't necessarily need a receiver then, but it was a good pick. I mean, thanks for trying to build this phenomenal offense, but like he is.
So to answer your question, Brandon, if he was 21 or 22, no, it'd be a different conversation because Kirk Cousins is 35. He's coming off of ACL or Achilles tear, one of the two.
Exactly.
But this is
funny.
But this is something that you can't ignore the age. The guy is going to be 24 when the season starts.
You're right. But I mean, can you make the argument that if I'm Atlanta, at least this is how I tried to make it make sense to myself last night. If I'm Atlanta, you understand where your roster is, the guys you had. We just talked about him drafting the tight end and the running back and a wide receiver. All of those guys are going to have to get paid fairly soon. And it's funny, we talking about Bijan getting paid. He just got drafted a year ago. It's a little bit of time. But for the rest of those guys, that clock is ticking. They probably got a year or two. That actually these 2 years that Kirk Cousins is the quarterback. So that's the opening of the championship window. But you don't want the championship window to close once Kirk Cousins gets out of there.
No, I'm drinking a beer. I'll do it after.
You get you a quarterback, but you get a young quarterback and you got to wait for him to develop and all that stuff. Why not get a guy with multiple years of experience, 3 or 4 years as a starting quarterback? I mean, of course, injuries played in factor. Well, when I say years, of course, full years. Because
Washington took Sanat.
Say that again.
Washington took Ben Sanat.
He's the first tight end off the board.
Yeah.
Second,
Bowers.
Second. Oh, yeah.
I should have put that bet down. The people tried to tell me it was going to be Theo Johnson.
Tight end in 34 is a throwback. Hell yeah.
Man, watch him block. You going to really think he a throwback.
Yeah. Oh, he's
when y'all think Jatavian Sanders goes?
I thought he should be a mid-second round pick. But from mid-second to early third, he goes off the board fairly soon. He's a phenomenal talent, in my opinion. It's just the blocking or lack of blocking ability. He pure receiver, so it comes down to how you utilize the guy.
And real quick, I just want to go back to the Phoenix conversation and what Brandon said. My problem, it's a problem with the process, like you said. And the best way to win is to surround a good team. Exactly. If he becomes elite at 26, 27, you get 7-8 years, but that's assuming that your guy is, healthy. And Michael Penix has 2 ACL tears, and
shoulder injury.
These things add up. And now, sure, you could say 2 years of rest will help him out, But then to the other point, you only have him on a rookie deal then for 3 years after that. So then all of a sudden you're paying a guy, and that's the issue with this. It's not even just the age during the contract, it's the age when you have to re-sign him. And then you're about to go pay a 28-year-old, 29-year-old quarterback. And then the question is how long do you want to pay him for?
And
Right?
then
I
once
got
you pay
specific.
wait. And then once you pay Penix, you still gotta pay Bijan, you still gotta pay Cal Pitts, you still gotta pay Drake London. So it's kind of like
All those
it's just a bad process.
They'll get paid before him, all of them.
Well, yeah.
But I guess my one question to you would be, outside of the positional value conversation, one plays quarterback, one doesn't. What's the difference, particularly for you being such a big fan in Latu? What's the difference between Latu and Penix?
In terms of
you're talking about a guy that suffered, Penix suffered
Oh, you're talking about injury wise.
you mean injury wise?
Just prospect, how you view him.
Well, Latu hasn't missed a game.
Injuries have to play a factor in it, but just in general,
Latu hasn't missed a game in 2 years, and then
Penix
also
hasn't missed a game in 2 years.
he hasn't.
No.
Oh, but then also I think Latu is a better prospect. Like just in terms of football players, I think Latu is a better prospect.
Personally, for me, Quell, I think the only difference is it's not even about them as prospects. To me, it's a situation, right? I didn't have an issue with Penix going in the first round to another situation, but if Atlanta had just signed a $100 million pass rusher and they took Latu, I would have had some of the same questions. But if you're taking a chance on a guy and you're okay with his injury history, fine. And I see what you're saying, Brandon, in that like they don't have to pay him after. And you're right. If teams are
but then if they don't pay him, you essentially wasted a top 10 pick on nothing.
Exactly. You have the 6th overall pick. You could have gone in a lot of different ways. You could have gone with Latu. You could have also gotten like a tackle. Something.
Hell, you could have traded back and taken a Jared Verse or Dallas Turner.
Exactly. So I just that's my issue with it. I get you love the player, but sometimes you can love a player and you don't need to have him because you made another decision, and it's unfortunate. But I don't love it because I think it hurts. It hurts Michael as well. It's not the best situation for him, and I would have liked to see him. Somewhere like Minnesota. Right now, Minnesota was obviously just like the dream scenario for any quarterback, dude. You go and you get to play with Justin Jefferson.
Just following with you. Does it really hurt Michael if you think about the Atlanta situation where you bring Kurt in, like we keep emphasizing, the next 2 seasons, things of that nature? You can almost, I don't want to say guarantee, but you can almost expect that if things go according to plan, Zach Robinson, of course, we know this as Eagles fans, we get our offensive coordinator stolen every other year. If Zach Robinson does good with Kirk Cousins over this next 2 seasons, he should be going on for his offensive coordinator gig, a head coaching gig or something of that nature of his own in the near future, which kind of makes the argument that, kind of like we say all the time, you don't draft for today, you draft for tomorrow. This pick had nothing to do with how this roster was currently set. It was about Atlanta understanding that when Matt Ryan was their quarterback and they had that old guy in that was going to help them win in this window, but once that window was up, what was next? They missed out on the opportunity to draft Justin Fields when they could have. And he saw what got the guy before him fired, and he didn't want to go in that same position. Now, you can make the argument that this might get you fired if this don't pan out. So,
but like, what you started with was how it hurts Penix, right? And I think it hurts him from not being able to get on the field. The most important thing is reps. And now you could say he's one of the most pro-ready quarterbacks, and I understand all of that. But he does have questions around some of his game, right? And he went and played in the Pac-12 and he found a lot of success. I feel like, a guy like that could benefit from reps, but now you're going to be getting your first professional reps at 26. Ideally, and that's where it's tough for me. That's why I just don't love it. Wow. Whoever, Are you guys watching the NFL draft or the NFL Network one? They just showed some Houston highlight and it was about the tackle. Patrick Paul, the Dolphins just took him, but some receiver just made a filthy one-handed catch in the film.
Was it Tank Dale?
I don't know. I don't think so.
So, what pick are we officially at? We got Benson.
56 with Dallas.
We closing in on the end of round 2.
What does Dallas do right here?
Who did Dallas take in round 1 again?
Tyler Guyton.
Well, Jonathan Brooks is gone. They could go Trey Benson. That'll be an interesting pick.
Yeah, because they do need a running. Well, no, they signed Ezekiel Elliott back.
See that guy right there? That name right there, right in between my guy Jaden Hicks and who's that? Go scroll down a little bit more. Right in between my guy Jaden Hicks and a guy we discussed earlier, Jatavion Sanders.
Roger Rosengarten.
Might be the guy.
But they just drafted Tyler Guyton.
No, I'm talking about for the Eagles.
Rosengarten. I mean, I wouldn't knock it. I wouldn't knock it.
One between him and
he's very versatile.
Give me a second. It was another Mason McCormick, I think it was. Between Rosengarten and Mason McCormick. Two guys that offer a magnificent amount of potential. Got other things to clean up.
Christian Haynes is still on the board too.
So
and
I
Cooper
mean, what do you? We're all in agreement that offensive line should probably be the pick. What's more likely, guard or tackle?
I think you want someone who can play both.
I mean, yeah, but when you get down to this point,
all right, guys,
taken. We got.
I unfortunately have to get off. I will be tapped in on the comments. It was a pleasure as always. Thank you everyone who tapped in with us. You know, Brandon, Chris, Los was in here, Dame, Steve, Nimai, even though, you know, you're my brother and you kind of have to. Keshav, you know, all you guys. We appreciate you. Pierre's brother, who always talks about the Rams. I love that. But go Eagles. Appreciate you guys. And let's get ourselves a good I say we get a guy who has flexibility. Can't speak. Yeah. I'm sorry. I think we get a guy who has flexibility in terms of just being able to play guard and tackle. Maybe somebody similar to Tyler Steen, you know, that we took last year. In that, I think that Jeff Stoutland really values positional flexibility, especially in some of these later round picks, and so does Howie. So, you know, you look at Samalu, some of the other guys that they've taken in the later rounds, they all, Dickerson for that matter, they all can play guard or center or guard or tackle or something like that. So I'd expect to see somebody like that. If we take somebody, if these linebackers keep sliding, nothing could surprise me after this draft, and we just took 2 corners. So fun time as always. Appreciate you guys, and go Birds.
Go Birds.
All right, brother. Go Birds.
So, on our front, Pierre, you see the best available board. Is there a prospect that you think, well, who would you consider to be Pierre's best available?
Marshawn Nealon.
So, is there a specific fit or team that you think you would be excited to see him in?
In terms of a team, I think maybe somewhere like Detroit, outside of the Eagles, opposite Aiden Hutchinson, because they do need to find him like a sort of partner. And then elsewhere, maybe Minnesota, they lost Danielle Hunter and Marcus Davenport. I know they added Jarrett Verse in the first round. So yeah, I'll say Detroit or Minnesota.
Man, seeing him in Detroit Pair with Aiden Hutchinson and them guys that they got along the defensive front would be almost a match made in heaven, you would say. Um, I almost would have said the same front. It's kind of I'm intrigued to see. Do you think a team like Detroit would double dip at the cornerback position, given the struggles they had at cornerback last season?
I mean, they need it because what's his name?
Yeah, he went to jail.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I
And
don't
then
know if
I
they
know they added Terry on. Who else is in the corner room?
you and me. It's pretty bad in Detroit right now,
I'm
and
looking it up.
it speaks wonders. I've said this all season, and I will continue to say this. It speaks wonders to the fact of what Aaron Glenn was able to do with that defensive unit. Specifically, if you see me talk about what he likes to do in some of my mock draft, that's a man cover corner coach. And he wasn't able to play as much man corner, if any, as much man corner as he wanted to last season because of the misfortunes they had at the cornerback position. So him A getting a guy like Terry Young, but B just being able to add another body there would be magnificent for them.
And they also added Carlton Davis from Tampa Bay.
Okay, they might not. That's an interesting ad right there. That's a depth body though. I'm not sure how long they can expect him to be there. As I keep saying, we you don't draft for today. You draft for the near future. Free Parth.
Free Parth.
So
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see them go edge because looking at their room, I mean, it's Aiden Hutchinson, Levi Onwuzurike. They drafted Josh Pascal last year. DJ Reader's there, and then they still got Brian Branch also in the secondary.
Brian Branch. Um, actually, I'm glad we're having this conversation about Detroit. They were actually linked pre-draft to your guy, the guy that you had the Eagles. You said you would like a lot for the Eagles, and Javon Bullard. That's a Pierre
Yeah,
my guy official.
yeah.
But being able to be, they were linked to him, particularly with the loss of CJ
Ooh, yeah, that'd be a nice replacement for him. Ooh, Dallas just took Marshawn Nealon.
My goodness.
Sheesh, that's gonna hurt me to root against him now.
Welcome to the club. Shit, true. I'm about to say. So speaking about the loss, I mean the addition of Marshawn Nealon in Dallas. You got a Dallas unit. Of course, we spoke in volumes of this yesterday. We're gonna continue to speak in volumes of it. They have to pay everybody. They have so many people left to pay. One of those people being left to pay, well, two. One of them being used as a part-time edge and Micah Parsons, who will get paid top dollar, assumingly. The other one being Demarcus Lawrence, who I don't know, man. I just don't know.
The thing is, they're not gonna be able to pay everybody.
There's no way they can pay everybody, and we've seen this circumstance with Dallas before in the situation of why Amari Cooper isn't a Cowboy anymore.
Yeah, because you got like you said, Demarcus Lawrence, Micah, CD, Dak. So they got a ton of guys that they need to pay.
So when you think about this, you think about where exactly the I guess you can call it a bit of a transition period for the Dallas Cowboys defense. I mean, of course, we know Dan Quinn took the job in Washington as the head coach. You got a bunch of defensive assistants that Dan Quinn took with him, and just basically a complete overhaul for the Dallas Cowboy defense. What exactly? I mean, take the Eagles blinders off right now, just in terms of the team building aspect, where they are as a team, where they could go, where they are. What is the expectation for this Dallas defense compared to the offense they have in place, man?
I think, of course, it's going to be some sort of drop off just because the guy who was sort of the mastermind behind it, and Dan Quinn, isn't there anymore. Um, and then I don't know what else they lost this year. I know along the offensive line they lost Tyron Smith, but just in terms of their defense, I do expect them to take not a major step back, but there is going to be some sort of drop off.
So, would you still rank the Dallas Cowboys, and again, Eagles blinders off, because considering the fact that we know that come playoff time, it's probably gonna we know how it's gonna go. It goes the same way every time. But considering the fact that this was probably one of the better rosters in the NFC, when you discussed the NFC's elite last year, it was typically Philadelphia, San Francisco, Dallas, at least until the season started, and then Detroit trickled along in there. Which could you make the argument that Detroit has replaced Dallas in that metric? And if so, how far is this team from the NFC's elite?
Talking about Dallas,
Yeah,
I mean, I still think they'll be elite. They're still going to be like they're still going to have a top 10, top 15 defensive unit. Um, but it's just as dominant as they were last year with all the turnovers that Trayvon Diggs was able to snag and things of that nature. I don't think it's going to be a repeat of that. And then in terms of Detroit, like you look at the guys they have on their unit from Brian Branch, Aiden Hutchinson. They'll likely add someone tonight. I don't know if I'd say they replaced them, but they're gonna come darn close to it.
man, I just all you can think back to is that game. And what was I don't know if you remember. I believe it was in Dallas. Late in the season, came down to playoff matchup potential between the Cowboys and the Lions, and the Lions chose to go for two. And and yeah, no, it's just a crazy result, a crazy decision, and particularly after all those penalties. But just in general, for to seeing how close that Lions team was to Dallas, then you can make the argument if they kicked the field goal and went to overtime, they could have won that game. Considering where the two rosters are now, I don't know, man. You probably have to consider them replaced in this. But just even then, as Brandon stated a few minutes ago, they still got playmakers on the defense, man. It's not like I mean, you said Trayvon Diggs when you mentioned him. Trayvon, I mean, we knew he got injured last year. But the year prior, like you said, with the interceptions, last year you got Deron Bland with the interceptions. Clearly, they have two ball hawking guys in the secondary. We know as we mentioned with Micah Parsons and what he means to the defense and will continue to mean. They clearly have depth, talent, all things of that nature. It's just what's next for that unit here. I mean, it was mentioned before that the whole NFC East thing where the same team doesn't win the division multiple years in a row. And I mean, that kind of was the whole first part for the step part and the step back in Dallas symmetric. But if you're Dallas, you view that. I mean, I don't want to necessarily say you do or don't take it serious. I mean, it's something that has lived for over 2 decades at this point. But you see that, you see the improvements that Philadelphia and the roster around them continue to make, strides of the other teams like New York and Washington in the division, as well as the rest of the NFC. And you just continue to see how your team, you kind of taking a step back. You have, you kind of have no choice but to feel like, what the hell, right?
I mean, yeah, like you said, you look around the conference, and a lot of the other teams they're kind of making headway, sort of kind of catching up to where Dallas was in terms of their statistical rankings. I think like Brandon said, it's really is an interesting conversation to have.
So, swaying away from the Cowboys and their circumstance, the Texans just picked Blake Fisher. Actually, before that, the Packers were able to pick Javon Bullard, who we just had a conversation about Detroit. So one of their the divisional conference mates were able to snipe them, as the young kids nowadays say when they play the games, and come up and get their guy. What's your thoughts over those last two picks, Fisher and Bullard? Specifically Bullard, the Green Bay, because I know that was your guy.
Yeah, they added Xavier McKinney, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, was it just him that they added, or was it another safety?
I believe it was just him so far,
Like,
but we
yeah,
also like all through the whole draft season. That's what made the whole situation with the Eagles kind of funny of them moving up to get Cooper, because it became a bit of a running joke how often Cooper the Gene was linked to the Packers, where most Packers fans that I knew was like, well, he's been mocked to the Packers so often that we knew he's not going to be a Packer. He got that
yeah.
close to being a Packer, so for them to have to move back. So now they're here.
Yeah, I think it's just that they might have valued the versatility that Cooper could have brought to them, and then them taking Javon, they kind of replicated that because this is a guy, he's played safety, he's played slot, is a really really rangy guy, fly around the field, very very physical type of player. So yeah, I mean, I understand the selection; it makes a ton of sense.
As for the Blake Fisher selection, I mean, there goes another tackle off the board. Possibly could be the start of this tackle run I've been talking about for the last hour and 54 minutes. But
Yeah, I mean, I think for them taking Blake Fisher, I think it's just them trying to shore up the line for CJ.
I mean, if you're the Texans offensively, I guess simple way to put it, especially with us being Eagles fans, this is an Eagles broadcast. No reason to hide or lie. You look at the similarities and the trajectory of those two rosters, both where they are, where they were. What do you think Philadelphia? I mean, what do you think the ranking is between those two teams? Who has the better roster? Where would you say Houston matches up, not just compared to Philadelphia, but now in the AFC's elite?
In terms of them and the Eagles, I mean, of course, I think the Eagles have the better offense defensively. Um I don't think I don't know. I wouldn't say it's like clearly Houston, but Philadelphia with the additions that they've made over the last, today and yesterday, kind of think they've kind of closed the gap. I think you look at Houston's defensive line in terms of them having a guy like a Will Anderson. I don't think we have that along our defensive line. Um, and then in terms of them with the AFC's elite, I mean, you got what Kansas City, Baltimore. Uh, you could say Buffalo. I don't know if you'd really call them that anymore, considering all the departures they've had. I think Houston, they're squarely in that race in terms of the AFC's elite.
So, with the addition of Blake Fisher specifically, and you look at where this offense is headed, would you consider this to be the best offense in the AFC now?
I don't know. I want to see how Stephon Diggs looks because I wouldn't say he lost a step, but it's clear he isn't the same person or same player that he was, in his prime in Buffalo or even in Minnesota.
I mean, even then, when you add him to a room that includes Tank
Tank
Dell,
Dell, yeah,
Collins, I mean, I think that the expectation for Diggs is exactly what he's produced, what he's been known to produce over his prime seasons versus how he exactly fits into a room like this. I think of it something similar, and I know it's more of a basketball reference than anything, but of some of these big threes that we see in basketball, you can make the argument nowadays in Phoenix or even back in the day in Cleveland or in Miami when LeBron was there, where you got guys like Dwayne Wade and Braun who they was gonna get theirs, but Chris Bosh, who was also really good, but his statistical numbers kind of took a step back, but that didn't take away from his impact on the floor or on the field in this instance. Do you see something similar happening with the Stephon Diggs?
I mean, it's only one football. Somebody will have to take a step back, like Nico, Tank, Stephon, even the tight end Dalton Schultz. Somebody's gonna have to receive a dropping targets.
Damn, man, it's just Bills keep doing stuff to piss me off. Whatever. I mean, they needed to add a safety. I mean,
Who
if you
they
got,
take?
they took Cole Bishop.
That's a little early.
Not a bad pick, but gosh, yeah. But I mean, with this safety market, it's beauty in the eyes. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
If
I
they
know.
wanted a bigger safety though, why not just take Jaden Hicks?
I think it came down to the versatility.
Yeah.
Cole, and at least in terms of man coverage, Cole's a little better because then like Jaden is as versatile as they come. Now, when you talk coverage, he's a much better zone cover player than he is man cover player. He could do it in terms of covering tight ends and things of that nature, but I think you can ask a little bit more out of Cole than you could, especially given what they asked for their safeties historically. I mean, you would have had to thought that was a Javon Bullock spot if he was still on the
Yeah.
board, but
Your
they just
boy,
yeah,
your boy is off the board.
he's gone.
Detroit did it. They took another corner in this Rakestraw.
Yes, they need attitude. They brought attitude to the. They said, "Look, our cornerback room is full of misfits, for lack of a better term. I would have definitely used a different term if we wasn't live. I tell you that much. But our room is full of people that ain't got dog in them, and we need to go add some dogs. And a guy like Enos Rakestraw, I mean, you guys mentioned it with some of the other picks from Terry Arnold, just the type of guy that Dan Campbell absolutely loves, man. I knew from the start evaluating Enos Rakestraw. I every time I could do a mock draft, I wanted to mount him to the Lions so bad because he was just a Detroit Lions kind of guy, and he just this fit again. I mean, I spoke earlier about the whole injury situation that came with him, but the fit in general is beautiful. Just beautiful, man.
You know what I'm realizing? Kansas City is about to be able to get TJ Tampa.
That's funny.
Yeah, because Baltimore, San Fran, which San Fran could pick a corner, but
That's and I mean we linked. They were linked to a cornerback early on in the process. A guy like
talking about
T.
San Fran or KC.
You said Tampa, right? TJ
No,
Tampa. Right?
yeah, TJ Tampa.
Yeah, that. I was saying they was linked to a cornerback early on in the process, and just them being able to land him in the second round, TJ Tampa specifically. I mean, I knew they were looking for a man cover corner, but a long, athletic, rangy guy really fits the bill for what you look for. They look for defensively specifically, man. Tyrese Halliburton hit a game winner. Let's go Pacers.
Milwaukee's up in that series, right?
No, they down. They down, right? The Pacers
Or
won.
yeah, that's what I meant. Indiana, yeah, the Pacers. It's 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1.
Mm.
Man, there isn't as many fireworks as there were last night, we will shall say.
Yeah,
Not as many trades, not as many. Oh man, hell, as soon as I was talking to you about Roger Rosengarten, the Ravens, man, didn't they take Tyler Guyton already?
no, that's Dallas. Dallas took him.
Okay, the Ravens took Nate Wiggins.
Yeah,
Okay, so they was bound to come back for a tackle at some point. That makes sense. And they were bound to take a swing for a guy that had hella potential. Just needed some coaching up. That this fits the bill for a pick of the Ravens kind of guy. That makes sense. Damn. I like Roger Rosengarten. That was a good pick right there, Baltimore.
what you think? What you think San Fran does?
That's a strange team, man. You would think at some point they continue to add to the offensive line, but they just don't seem interested in adding talent there for some odd reason. Um,
I mean, there's guys still available, like Kyron, he's still there. Kingsley Suamatia, he's still there. Cooper Beebe. So there's guys like if they want to add one.
they're also a team that was also threatening in the cornerback room. Who's the best
Yeah,
cornerback still available?
TJ Tampa,
After him, it's a drought, huh? Oh, Cam
Cam
Hart.
Hart. Yeah,
Two guys of a similar build. I think TJ moves a little better than Cam does, but that'd be interesting. But it's something that'll fit them nonetheless. My guy next up on that range, Andrew Phillips. That's a typical mad guy. Got Dwayne Carter still on the board. Got Jeremiah Trotter Jr. still here, man. A guy
what
that
happened with him? Like he was
tested
receiving heavy second round interest.
his test his testing was bad. It was really, really bad. Like if he would have just opted to not do nothing, that would have been better than whatever he put on display. It's just bad decision. I mean, it happens sometimes, but he just got to keep trusting the process. Caleb Williams in the 18 in Chicago.
That's a nasty number for a quarterback.
Damn,
No
she's
Peyton
just
Manning wore it, but that's
in
I
the
don't, I
hell
don't
with
like it.
Manning, huh?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of the double digit on quarterbacks unless it's like 10 or 11.
I'm about to say 11 looks sweet on anybody, man. So you don't like the aesthetics of Josh Allen in the 17?
No,
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 old Peyton, no Patrick Mahomes in the 15.
no. It's nasty.
You just a hater.
Quarterback is a one number position.
You are a hater. Just nasty word. What if these guys had heroes? Gosh.
So let's talk Eagles. We are. What are we?
Hell, it feels
16,
so far, but so close.
16. We are 16 picks out. The way the board's falling, I think.
Malachi Corley is looking really plausible. Happy Malachi Corley Day. That did have a top 30 visit with the Eagles.
Yeah. You think they would address receiver over corner? I mean, over tackle?
I don't know, man. I would like to think at some point we have this running joke literally every single year. We do one of these things. How he either takes the lineman early because that's what he does, or he lets us party for a little bit and then he comes back around and it's you know how we was gonna do that. How we do this every year, man. He was gonna get his guy.
Yeah.
But at the same time of that, the entire off season, man, it's kind of been like a I don't want to call it a changing of the guard, but he's shown us a completely different version of
It,
himself. Drafting
it's
two cornerbacks, signing a running back. Like this ain't the Philadelphia Eagles I've come to know.
yeah, it's definitely a departure from their usual philosophy. But I think again, it just has to do with the players that they've added, like Saquon. Like I've talked about this, but when they signed Saquon, how he talked about him, how he's a special person and a special player. He's a blue chip player. Same thing with Quinyon. Like they talked about not only the player he is, but the person he is. Cooper the Gene. I think which reporter was it? Give me a second. Was James Palmer. He said that the Eagles brass, they believe that Cooper was the best overall football player in the group of like top corners in this draft. So I think it's just depending on the player who's there.
Oh,
Like,
beautiful. That's the one thing you got to pay attention to in today's society, media, things of that nature. Like they put all of these things out here for a reason.
yeah,
And what just stood out with about what you just said is they didn't say he was the best cornerback. They say he was the best football player, which kind of again specifies, like we said, he doesn't have a home. They feel like they can do And I mean, that was the whole thing about his evaluation in the first place. More so, Cooper could do a lot of everything, man. It's just
He not only does it, but he does it as a very, very, very high and good level.
right, and it was about where are you successful at in that metric?
Chiefs
Where,
moved up.
yeah,
I
who do you
think
think
this is TJ Tampa.
pick us in?
I think it's TJ Tampa.
Yeah, that'll make me correct again. I think I had that in the mock. That'll be another one. I think I got like 3 or 4 through the raves of correct selections so far in the draft.
It could go tackle though, but I think it's
Didn't they
TJ Tampa
invest heavily
because
in the tackle position last year?
you said what?
Didn't they invest heavily in the tackle position last year?
Yeah, but they lost. What's the dude? Who was their tackle?
Orlando?
No,
I know
let me
they
see.
signed Jawan Taylor and it was somebody else they got.
Yeah, they took Kingsley Suamatia. They took a tackle.
Oh man. That looks like a chief.
You can see the Suamatia in the red and yellow on the back of the jersey.
It looks like a chief. As soon as they showed the face in it colors, it was like, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right there. So, I mean, who was the guy that they lost at the tackle position?
I'm trying to find them.
With this addition of Kingsley, would you assume that Kingsley comes in as a day one starter here?
I mean, who else? Who else do they have at the position?
I mean, yeah, you can say that every year and all the time. How often do you see teams playing guys and you're like, I don't know why the hell he getting reps in front of him? Just getting him comfortable and prepared. Damn, that's a good haul so far. I can't think of one team that I ain't really impressed with their haul yet. Xavier Worthy and Kingsley Seanomala is crazy.
Donovan Smith. Yeah, that was who they lost.
Yeah. He's a bit of an older guy. Okay. So they kind of got younger at the position. Kingsley, that kind of sets them in for the long haul.
Yeah.
Kingsley and Juwan Taylor kind of specifies where Kingsley will play. You know he'll play left tackle because Juwan has played right for the majority, if not all of his career, I believe. They just traded one spot. The hell did they think the Chiefs was going to take? I mean, the 49ers was going to take him?
I mean, San Fran, they do need another tackle.
So didn't take him. Why trade this back? One pick. I don't know. That was just strange. Those type of circumstances outside of the first round always hilarious to me because it's like, I mean, bro, I know somebody always could have obviously traded up, but you like one pick away. You giving away assets for one pick is crazy. The 49ers, I told you, we just had a conversation.
They took TJ.
Nah, they taking Florida State cornerback Renardo Green. We had a conversation about them wanting a pure man cover cornerback. I said they was linked to Kool-Aid McKinstry throughout the early links of the process, and now they get arguably the best man cover corner in the entire draft, and Renardo Green. I mean, what more can you say? You cut on that LSU tape, and that's some. You honestly, that might be all you need. That was all for me. I wanted to watch a couple more games just to ensure what I was watching was real. But you cut on the LSU tape and see how Ronaldo and Jerry and Jones were able to just limit the LSU wide receivers during that game. And it's like, man, those two cornerbacks over there, they doing something right. That's a damn good pickup if you're 49ers. Hell of an addition to the defense.
Why you think they went Green over a guy like Tampa?
I think it comes down to just pure man coverage corner ability. I seen somebody say something earlier, and they basically said they feel like the Super Bowl did something to the 49ers. It did something to Kyle Shanahan specifically, and a lot of his philosophy and ideologies where his whole scheme. I mean, I feel like their scheme could beat a lot of anything, but that shit absolutely tortures zone coverage. But you played against a lot of teams that ran cover zero against them and kind of had them struggling throughout the course of the season, specifically in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs, they ran a lot of cover zero and they played a lot of man coverage. And they basically said, I don't think y'all, as talented as this team is, I don't think y'all had the weapons or the capacity to beat us one-on-one for 60 minutes. And like I said, I think that did something to Kyle Shanahan because he wants to feel like his offense has the answers to everything. And I guess same thing defensively. You look at what they did, like just those two selections in general. The first of Ricky Pearsall, the second of Ronaldo Green. It was kind of it just kind of screams we refuse to be shut down. Your players in front of my players not gonna be better than that. You're gonna have to beat me because you're a smarter coach, but it's not gonna happen like that again.
It's interesting though, the conversation about San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan and the what did I call it? The snake oil salesman offense that they run. Is a very interesting conversation now because it's like, the level of, I guess, um responsibility that they put on their coaches, or just specifically on offense with Shanahan, like, um how much of it, like, can you really win that way is what I'm trying to say. Like,
I completely agree with you. It's just you can win that way. I feel like it's a reason that offense, specifically the schematics of that offense, has taken over the NFL. So many different teams, so many different guys from this coaching tree have jobs, things of that nature. There's a reason we're at this point. That being said, I don't think there's any perfect offense or any perfect defense. All there are beaters. You either good at stopping this or not good at stopping this, and it differs from scheme to scheme. But we're trying there. I feel like that scheme specifically. You could look at the circumstances of what happened in. I almost called them St. Louis with the Rams, and how Jared Goff just didn't get the job done that year against the Patriots, and then Sean McVay was hell bent on going to go get a quarterback that can quote unquote help make him right and things of that nature. That just I feel like each of the coaches that coach this scheme, that scheme does something to you mentally, man. I don't think it's healthy for you to coach that scheme because it's too close to football perfection, but it's not quite there, and it makes you want to. It makes you die trying to figure out how you're gonna get your version of that scheme there.
hey,
And
Quell, hold on, I got news for you. The Jets traded up and took one of you guys.
Jets on the clock.
You want to know which one? Malachi Corley.
Why do they hate me? What are y'all even gonna do with? Oh my gosh, Malachi Corley on Aaron Rodgers screens. It's gonna be nasty. Why do y'all hate me?
He's the number 2 or 3
The
in New
last
York
pick of
now.
the second round is crazy. Oh my gosh, Malachi. God dang it. That's another one of those guys that are almost the poster boy of the MAGA program. And I think this is one of those offenses that will figure out how to use him seamlessly. Just think about how they were able to use Randall Cobb, some of their times in Green Bay and things of that nature. Just man, my goodness. It's gonna be exciting to see how they use Malachi.
Because he's what, number 3 there now? Because I mean, you got Garrett Wilson.
1.5. He ain't quite 2. He ain't quite
Yeah.
3.
Who are their other receivers? Is Randall Cobb still there? I don't
I
think
think
so.
Randall had a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
They acquired Mike Williams. Mike Williams.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know they had an acquire in a defense acquisition in the receiver room. I just didn't remember who it was.
Yes, Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, Alan Lazard. Those are the top 3 guys. So Corley's probably number 2 or number 3 behind Mike Williams and Wilson.
2.5.
Yeah.
Uh, they're gonna use Lazard as probably the pure deep threat.
Mm-hmm.
The physical red zone guy, probably Mike Williams, and then the short yards guy, Malachi Corley. They got a guy for. I feel like they're gonna have a home for him specifically. That makes me happy. That's a good addition for them.
It's a nice mix of guys.
Man, dog, it is. It is. And Aaron Rodgers just all they have to do is keep Aaron Rodgers on his feet, honestly. Didn't they make an acquisition for a guy, a backup quarterback? Who did the Jets sign?
Uh, Give me 1 second. Jets signed
Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod. Yeah.
I mean, I guess he fit. He ain't gonna lose. He ain't gonna win, but he ain't gonna lose. That's
They keep
interesting.
him. They keep him afloat if he has to step in. I would have thought a guy like Jameis would have signed there instead of maybe like Cleveland.
Jameis want to play.
And he ain't gonna play in Cleveland.
Have you seen Deshaun Watson?
They got Deshaun and then they signed Tyler Huntley too.
You think Tyler Huntley gonna beat out Jameis Winston?
It's a competition, brother.
Just seen that rumor was like, yeah, that's my spot right there. By week 8, I'll be the guy. I'll be the guy. That's how this going down. He got big faith going there.
So this is Arizona now on the clock.
So you're the Cardinals. Back on the board. Is there a specific position that you think stands out that helps the next era of Jonathan Gannon?
They took Marvin Harrison. Who they take in the second? Because I know they had another.
I think it was late first, right? I don't know if it was second or it was
Darius
first.
Robinson.
Yeah, it was an edge.
Yeah. They could go corner. They could go corner.
This could be a TJ Tampa spec.
Yeah.
Long physical cornerback. You know, talk about Jonathan Gannon scheme. I feel like I mentioned this earlier. There could be a prime spot for them in corner.
Guy he's played a lot of zone too.
Long, lanky, moves really well.
That might be the pick for them. But we coming up on the Eagles pick with the way the board is falling.
What the hell was that?
What happened?
The Cardinals took Trey Benson.
Well, I mean, James Conner can't stay healthy, so it's kind of understandable.
I guess they hate Keontae Ingram. Or
yeah, but then they have. I think they got another. Yeah, they got another third rounder like after us. The pick after us.
What's my man's name? He had this crazy name. Give me a second. Ricardo or something like that. He was a fantasy football dude for me. I know that much.
It's not Benjamin. I know that's not who it is.
But
I think I know who you're thinking of, but I can't remember his name.
DeMarcado. That was his name. My man DeMarcado. Dang, just the hell with DeMarcado, huh? Crazy. It's a crazy world we live in. Running backs just get tossed to the side. Well, that brings us to Washington. The The Commanders team, man, Commanders team has had a pretty solid haul so far, if you ask me. Really solid haul.
Who are their safeties in Washington?
I think it was something Force. I know they call him Defoe, something
Yeah.
Force. And I know they had Cam Curl, but Cam Curl just signed a deal somewhere else.
He went with I think he went to the Rams.
The other starting safety would be whoever the hell Percy Butler is.
Dark Forest, Jeremy Reeves. This might be a Jaden Hicks
They
spot.
signed Jeremy Chin though.
Yeah. This might be a Jaden Hicks spot, it feels like.
I think Jeremy Chin plays whatever role they had for Keanu Neal, that linebacker-esque role.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You said this could be a who spot?
Jaden Hicks.
That would be a bit redundant though with the like you just mentioned.
Jeremy Chin?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but Hicks is more versatile from a coverage standpoint. He can do a little bit more than Chin can.
It's but no. Because I like to think Chin is really good in man coverage. It's just the zone coverage part that I would like to see better from him. But Hicks is better in zone coverage, and it's the man coverage part I'd like to see better from him. So it's like, okay, what do you prefer? Unless they just want to have the same player to be able to flip out. If I'm Washington, has to be tackle, man. Y'all got to get a tackle at some point. Have to. It's the third round.
Maybe Kyran. I think he's the best available guy right now.
Pick is in. Just about fair.
Roger Rosengarten has been taken.
Brandon Coleman. It was a guard. Wow. Yeah, Roger Rosengarten got taken like 2 picks ago. Or 3.
Coleman's played tackle though, right?
I
remember seeing that, I think, yeah.
At some point. I mean, Washington just needs offensive line help in general.
Yeah.
So that's okay, but I don't know, man. I just would have thought that they would have added an offensive line. I mean, an offensive tackle at some point.
Yeah. And this Patriots, they're on the clock. You think they have to go O-line here, right?
Yeah.
Because you took Drake May, you took a receiver, only logical other position for them on their roster.
You add you a right tackle and you kind of like finalize in the O-line. They got a solid group.
I mean, they re-signed what's the dude? Michael Owenu?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's played right guard and right tackle.
Here's the Commanders. Jaden Daniels. The Commanders got a bunch of really good players, man. Yeah. Mikey Stainer still.
The way I like to think about it with them is they got a lot of like football players, like if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Just dudes.
Yeah.
Man, that's a really good haul.
You think they compete? You think they compete at all in the NFC East this year?
Yeah. Yeah, but no. Like, think about it like Minnesota, the Giants 2 years ago, where they compete, but you know exactly what that team. Like, I don't think they're going to be a good enough team to beat some of the NFC's elite, but I think they're going to be well coached. I think they're going to play hard, and they're going to have an easy schedule.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the numbers are going to look good for them on a positive front. As long
Patriots Patriots took Caden Wallace out of Penn State. They needed a tackle for sure.
And now the Chargers pick is in. The Chargers have taken Junior Colson. Jim Harbaugh.
What are they? What
guy.
are they? I mean, I know they drafted Ladd, but what are they going to do at receiver?
I mean, what are you at this? Let's be real. While it's two different regimes and they can or cannot like them, they do have to respect the payment chart that was going on and how salary works and salary cap. You just took Quinton Johnston in the first round last year. And then you took Ladd in the second round. You not going to kind of throw away the prospect of what is Quinton Johnston 1 year in his career, especially when he was a first round pick. You kind of have to at least try to make this investment work. And then I think
I'm all for seeing what you have in the guy, but he didn't really show you much of anything last year.
I mean, yeah, but like I just said, it's a different regime now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can come into the building with the argument of, look, whatever happened last year, throw it away. I need you to be different from me. And you can bank on the fact that wide receivers heading into their second year are usually much better than they are in their first year. Take a magnificent amount of a leap. So, to be able to get in that position, I mean, it's just you banking on the past and what history has told you. So if all things work out right with him, it should go well. But I think he'll be better than he was last year. I don't think he'll be.
I mean, he don't really have a choice. He's one of the only guys in the room right now.
I mean, that mean he got to be better than what he was last year. We've seen. But I mean, I like what they're building, man. It's one of them teams where year one, we laugh and we joke about them, about how bad a process it was. By year 2 and 3, we're going to be sitting there like, damn, they're really good. Like if Jim don't know how to do nothing, Jim is really good at team building. He knows how to help put together a competent roster. It's just up to making sure the fact that Greg Roman don't misuse Justin Herbert from some odd reason. That's it.
So we're 10 picks out from the Eagles' next pick at 78.
God damn it.
What happened?
All of my guys, man.
Who the Giants take?
Drew Phillips. Another team in the division that took one of my favorite guys in the class that played nickel. Now I got to worry about the nickel position against the Commanders and the Giants. Ain't this bull? This is bull.
What do you think the Eagles do here with the way the board's falling?
Pray to God that somebody's there. Shit, draft TJ Tampa. Give me 3. Nah, on a realistic, what do you think about the optics of Ja'Tavion Sanders?
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I would not hate it. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he's the number 1 rated guy on their board. Mm-hmm. It would not shock me.
In terms of talent,
he's
really good.
Yeah, and it's like we've talked about. Dallas Goedert is the same age that Zach Ertz was when they took Dallas Goedert.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense. And then I've talked about how much Kellen Moore likes to run 12 personnel, and having another receiving threat in Sanders that would make the offense even more lethal than what it is already.
Definitely, man. And that was kind of more so my point too. Like you guys have pointed out throughout the course of the offseason, Kellen Moore and his emphasis on 12 personnel. I mean, us as Eagles fans, we've had an opportunity to watch Cowboys games both as we played against them and they played against other teams, and we've seen the impact that this offense has had on guys like Dalton Schultz and things of that nature when they were here. So just the excitement that another tight end this offense could do for another tight end. Let's see if there's another name. I mean, we've talked about them adding to the wide receiver room. What do you think
Adisa
about?
Isaac. Adisa Isaac. That might be another name to watch too.
Yeah. What do you think about Troy Franklin?
So I really haven't watched him all that intently. Give me the rundown on him.
All right, let me put up the scout report 1 second.
But
Okay.
in terms of receiver, a guy like a Roman Wilson, Jalen McMillan, even Brendan Rice, they got to look at those three. Wilson is really interesting though, just because of the speed element he brings.
So how I put it with Troy was he was an interesting eval because well he's pretty damn good at what he's good at, but the areas that he leave room for concern, with the areas that he's not, leave room for concern if he could ever become a wide receiver one that some project him to be. Effortlessly long strides. It's like a tsunami. I don't think defenders actually anticipate him being as fast as he truly is. And then once he closes the space, it's too late for them. He's not, despite his size, he's not the biggest contested catch guys. Only 7 contested catches in his career. Not a natural hands catcher. One of the guys. Oh my gosh, no! Please don't draft him. It sounds like I'm explaining Quinyon Johnson. Not natural hands catcher. Not necessarily a body catcher, but I would like to see him do a better job at identifying the football at his highest point. Above average route runner, I truly appreciate how he attacks the release, but rarely gets taken off his game at the snap if the defender isn't physical enough. So that he'll get to his spots if he needs to. It sounds like my whole problem with him is catching the damn ball and how he attacks the ball in the air. And makes sense because before I went through the scouting report, all I can remember for myself was all I could think about was MVS with him. Like he reminded me of MVS, man. He gonna get open. Is he gonna catch the ball? I don't know. I wish he attacked the ball a little better, but that's the one player that he reminded me so much of.
So I think if I had to rank potential targets for the Eagles right now, well, I'm not going to rank them. I'm just going to give a few targets. Jatavian Sanders, Roman Wilson, Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes, and maybe Adisa Isaac.
Brandon Doyle sounds interesting if you ask me. Inside, outside versatility.
Yeah.
Just trying to the thing.
He could be your Milton Williams replacement when he leaves next year.
Exactly, because that was my thing about Brandon. Like, if you go back and if you look at the player rankings specifically, you'll see he's not in the top 1. I mean, the top 10 of any of the positions. But if you go and look at the top 100, you'll figure out he lands in that weird spot where, man, if I had like he not quite a tackle, but he not quite an edge, but he fit right in the middle of all of the talented players in that group. He's a talented guy. I just can't identify a home for him, man. We got Adam Scheffler talking about something. So the trade is finalized. The Eagles, we thought that the Eagles would move up and they moved back. I mean, we thought the Eagles would move back and they moved up. So now everything from the Carson Wentz whirlwind is finally finished.
Oh, it is?
Final piece. Yeah, because you know the whole thing about all that, why it even extended was because we traded with the Saints. One of those trades.
And we picked up the other second.
Yeah, and then we used that to trade up.
So wait. I want to see if I can name all the things they've gotten. Is Devontae isn't in on that, is he? I don't think so. No,
I don't believe so.
No. I know AJ.
Yeah.
Cooper DeJean, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Davis?
I think that was their pick.
No. You got to put it up in front of you?
Nah, I don't have the whole thing. I just have the spec broke down right now of the Eagles Saints trade. And I know from something that I seen earlier, like actually it was that jump you sent me of breaking down the Carson Wentz trade and how it impacted the NFL.
Yep.
And I know that Jalen Carter's on that list, so Jalen Carter's there too. So AJ Brown, Jalen Carter, Cooper DeJean, plus more.
That's an insane haul, bro. Howie
Just,
Roseman's a madman.
just insane. And the fact that we were able to just get Jalen Carter, AJ Brown, and Cooper DeJean off that Saints deal alone. So where the trade is basically Jalen Carter, AJ Brown, Cooper DeJean, Kyron Johnson for Chris Olave and Trevor Penning. That was the deal. Just crazy.
Trevor Penning's been really bad.
Really bad, man. That's why they were in the market for attack. That's why they were so excited to land Talise Fuaga this year, because it's like, man,
Saints fleeced.
Yeah, they definitely got fleeced, if you ask me. Definitely got fleeced. I just don't. Howie Roseman, we say it all the time. Howie Roseman is just a bad man, dude. He's a bad man. What can you say?
The Cardinals' second, third round pick is in. Well, this should be TJ Tampa, right?
You would think, like I just outlined a second ago, having a long, rangy cornerback.
Because I don't even know what corners do they have on their roster.
You asking the right questions. What the hell
are Isaiah Adams. Why did they take... Bro, you got guys like Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes. Why? Well, I mean, every team's board is different, but I don't understand that one. That's strange.
Buddy. Like, what did they just do? Hopefully he's a really good player in the long run, but like Dwayne Carter's still on the board. Leonard Taylor, Mikal Wingo, McKinley Jackson. So many different guys, and okay, whatever. Man, it's a reason them guys have jobs and I don't. So whatever. Well, I wouldn't have did that. Anyway.
Somebody take Trevin Wallace? I just saw a tweet.
Trevin Wallace? Who? No way. Not this early.
Yeah, Panthers took Trevin Wallace.
Ew.
Over Peyton Wilson, over Cedric Gray. This is kind of...
Trevin is one of my favorite linebackers, if not my favorite linebacker. That don't mean I think he's the best, but that was my favorite one to watch. But
the way I kind of imagine him, he's kind of like Davion Taylor, but with actual football played. Yeah, but with football played. He's still very raw.
Davion Taylor, man, he fast as hell, but what else?
Yeah, he's still very raw, but he has tools.
I don't know. He was fun to watch on that Kentucky defense, but I think that Kentucky defense meticulously used every one of those players. Because that's why I liked Andrew Phillips. They all used them in specific ways that were really good at it. I don't know if he's going to get that same treatment at the NFL level. I don't know. Good luck to the buddy boy.
So this is Dallas back on the clock again.
We closing in. We about what? 7 picks away now?
Yeah. 6.
Okay.
Let me refresh the best available. So Dallas, they've taken Tyler Guyton, Marshawn Nealon. Did they have another pick?
That's my knowledge.
Okay.
I believe they traded back.
I can see them going like a Peyton Wilson here or Cedric Gray because they need another linebacker after Leighton Vander Esch retired.
Oh my God!
But they could go running back Blake Corum.
Man, and how much you want to bet the Eagles probably would have picked Trevin Wallace too?
I mean, he has all the things they look for in a linebacker.
Ew. Oh man, I already see people saying that Britton Covey can't move like Cooper DeJean.
Ooh, Cowboys got one of them guys. Cooper BB. That's a nice pick for them.
That's a great pick for them.
That's a nice pick.
Continue to
Tyler
solidify
Guyton,
the line.
Guyton and BB
Oh my
restocking the
goodness.
cupboard. I like that pick.
Yes. See, this is why I say what I say all the time. When people give me hell, I mean, in the off season, the blinders come off a little bit, and I just respect team building. But I really respect how Dallas approaches team building, man. They draft
Yeah.
really well. They approach roster building in a really good metric, man. I really respect it. And even just looking at it like this, you let Tyron Smith walk. You sitting there and people like, what the hell? That's Tyron Smith. How can you not pay him? And they sitting here like, bro, we drafted Tyler Smith 2 years ago to play his position. We just been letting him grow. You got Tyler Smith at one tackle. You got Tyler Guyton at the other tackle. You still got Zach Martin in the building. You
Cooper
draft
BB.
BB. Only thing and the problem is right now is they lost Tyler Biotis, but
The
they added.
draft, but the thing is, another thing you got to consider, this draft, it kind of has some, I'll say, diamonds in the rough at center later on with
Yeah,
Tanner
since Brian
Bortoli,
Point, who knows?
the kid out of Penn State, and Bo Limmer from Arkansas.
Limer.
Limer,
Lemur.
Limmer, same thing.
But yeah, they definitely got some gems in as a center position. And knowing Dallas, they definitely found one. That's how they found Tyler Biotis. Was one
Hmm.
of my favorite later round picks.
It's still a lot of talent on the board, man. There's
It's
still a lot of
always
talent on the board.
you gotta be a sicko to be sitting here. Yeah, man, it's always like that at this point. You got to be a sickle to say that, though. Most people just watching the draft, like, who the hell are these guys? But at this point, man, like you sitting there saying Brennan Rice on the board, son of Jerry.
Peyton
Just imagine
Wilson,
Jerry Rice
Jaden
is
Hicks.
another guy that piques my interest that I think the Eagles would be of interest in Jalen Hunt.
You
He
think
got
so?
all, yeah, man, because in terms of traits,
But the thing is,
all the
like,
traits in the
he's
world, bruh.
but he's so similar to what they already have.
Yeah, but we keep having this conversation, Pierre. Them guys are old. They're gonna have to be replaced at some point. And if they like that build, they're gonna want to replace that build. And
Yeah.
he fits the metric for that build. And again, all I can keep is going back to is that Howie Roseman press conference from him saying having people having an opportunity to learn from other all pro players at their position just speaks volumes. It's like he really loves players having that opportunity. So I think him having an opportunity to learn from BG, see what it's like with Josh and Bryce and all of the other guys, Nolan, who being able to tell him what it's like being in that building over the last 365 days. Like he
God
in a
dog it.
position.
Falcons took Braylon Trice.
Yeah, we're getting closer to that being a pick, man.
Dang
That's
it. That was the one guy with some girth that I still wanted.
Yeah, girth is gone. We here looking for length.
You know, another guy who I wouldn't be shocked if they take Christian Mahogany out of Boston College, offensive guard.
Yes. A guy that I've known. Well, I've known about him for a while, but I really piqued my interest up for him last year. I was watching an interview on Bootleg Football, and they interviewed Zay Flowers, and they asked Zay when it's one of the questions that Bootleg has made famous at this point when they talk to prospects. Who's another guy that's coming up in the near future that makes you excited that you want to see things of that nature, how they pan out? And the first name he mentioned was Christian Mahogany. Like basically, man, look, that's the best offensive lineman we got over there. He gonna be really good. So that's when everything peaked up for me for Christian. Christian is pretty good prospect. He had some injury history this year, so
Christian
it's
Haynes too. He's still on the board. We talking
Christian
offensive
is
guards.
a monster, like monster. Man, dog. Eagles pick just seems like it's so far away. We out 2 hours and 50 minutes in. Shout out to the 170 people that's in here with us, man. We really appreciate y'all joining us, talking ball with us, seeing what's going on across the league. Got like Breland Trice getting selected. I'm glad to see this Washington football team get as much love as they are in this draft process. They had a lot of good players.
Yeah.
Between this Washington football team this year and over the last 2 years, the love that Illinois football team got from Sidney Brown and Jatavian Brown, Devon Witherspoon this year to Jerzon Newton. It's a lot of talented guys that played on that in Illinois defense, man. So it was good to see all of them get their flowers at some.
And Trice, he really, I don't know, he fits like what Atlanta needs in terms of a pass rusher. We've talked about them potentially targeting one in every round so far, first round, second round, and now here, the third round they get one. That's an interesting landing spot for him.
Definitely, man. And the player that they get is a really talented, kind of that same metric I'm speaking of with Brian Dorless. Now,
Yeah.
Brandon Dorless, his whole problem is I need to find him a home. I know the home for Trice, and Trice has his own issues that he has to figure out. But in terms of
It's just for
I think
me
that's
from
great.
everything I've seen of Trice, I think the one issue with him is his run defense plan.
Mhm.
Yeah, like he's pretty solid pass rusher. What's that?
I say, what's the problem with a lot of these guys? So
Yeah. A
something that
comp I saw for Trice that was pretty head on for me was Marcus Davenport. I think it makes a lot of sense.
yeah, I can see why you say that. That's an interesting comp for sure.
Yeah. So Chicago here at 75. What do you think they do? They drafted the two receivers in they had a pick in the second round, right?
Receiver. They drafted another one?
Yeah. No.
Oh.
No. They drafted Caleb and then Roma does it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, damn, they got two receivers?
Did they have a second rounder?
I think this is the first one. You gotta remember, they had that first pick in the draft because that was the Panthers pick. So this is probably where their real pick is. This is interesting. Man, this is beautiful to see. Maybe this is something you and I can do on some free time after draft season. We might can get people something to watch, breaking down some prospects, just as a whole. But this is beautiful to see. Of the Cardinals landed Max Melton, and they posted the video or the photo of Marvin Harrison Jr. lined up against Max Melton, and not only just that in terms of tape, but just in terms of football games. I mean, me being an Ohio State fan, it wasn't fun to watch. Me being a football fan and then having the opportunity to go back and watch the tape while scouting players and seeing that was one of the more interesting games. I applaud any of you, all of you, and you too, Pierre. If you guys have the opportunity to find any film, if you guys just want to go back and watch the TV version of it, I still applaud you to do that. Go back and watch Ohio State versus Rutgers. The Buckeyes ended up blowing out the water eventually, but the matchup, the struggles the Buckeyes had offensively in that game, and the matchup of Max Melton and Marvin Harrison Jr. Both honestly, both of Rutgers cornerbacks. Rutgers cornerbacks last year were really good, both of them, and just having an opportunity to see him match up with him one on one in that game, sight to behold. This is kind of what dreams are made of. What kind of I know we've all seen this floating across the timeline today after the selection of Quinyon, the Quinyon versus Ricky Pearsall rep from the Senior Bowl, and how beautiful that was to watch. It's something of that same metric where it's just like having the opportunity to watch two high caliber prospects match up with each other one on one in college football that's a beautiful thing, man. It's a sight to behold. I believe everybody deserves to see that beautiful vision.
So we are 3 picks out from the Eagles. What you thinking?
Let me see what the board is looking like, man. Linebacker, TJ Tampa still there, going strong. Might go there.
They not taking another corner.
Yeah, I talked all that trash about the Falcons. Don't do us now.
I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if they go guard, man, with Christian
Man, wide
Haynes.
receiver room is not appealing me right now.
I mean, Roman Wilson and McMillan.
Roman is interesting. McMillan, I mean, good route runner, deep ball guy.
Brendan Rice.
I
know
mean,
one guy I don't want is
I
Devontae Walker.
What Steve Smith say? I really don't want wide receiver Isaiah Pacheco on my team. He said my man run routes like snap his whole body and you see every bone breaking when he go into the stem of his route.
This is a sneaky ad too. He could be a sneaky guy they add here. Zach Zinter. You take him, you store him away for a year while he gets healthy. He comes in and takes over at right guard. And you got to remember, they added Matt Hennessy.
My gosh, for the Eagles?
Yeah.
Good to drink, bad to play.
Yeah.
Oh, one of our guys is off the board. KJ is gone.
Kyran? Who took him? Chicago?
And then the Broncos took Jonah Ellis. So we are 1 pick away from the Eagles being back on the board, fellas.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be Jatavian Sanders, Christian Haynes, or Peyton Wilson.
The linebacker in the third just feels so right, man. And they said they were going to do something to address the position. They almost have to, right?
I can see Cedric Gray too, though.
Yeah.
He's kind of reminiscent of Jerome Baker in Fangio's defense last year in Miami. He isn't as tall, but just in terms of skill set.
Man.
I would not be shocked if they go Jatavian Sanders, though.
Not even a little bit. But
it really
I kind of be in a position where it's like, damn, wish we could have got Benson not, but I wouldn't argue it.
Sanders is a nice consolation prize, man.
The Great White Hope is crazy. The Great White.
Wait, did the Eagles trade back? I think they traded back.
Damn, did the Raiders even do anything?
Houston traded. I just saw a tweet. I think Houston traded up. Yeah. Texans traded picks number 86 and 123 to us for 78. So Houston's on the clock.
12 more picks.
Yep.
6 more picks. Wait, whatever.
So they have in the fourth round now, they got 2 fourths, 120 and 123.
Oh yeah, move one of them for an extra third.
I think they probably like the way the board's falling.
Mm-hmm.
Who you think they got their eyes on though? It's got to be a guard.
Backer.
My mind keeps going back to Christian Haynes.
My mind keeps going back to linebacker, man. I don't think they.
So you think it's one of Wilson or Gray?
Wilson fits their build or what they're looking for.
You think they're okay with his medicals?
Yeah, I was about to say if they're okay with the person and they're okay with the medical.
Okay,
Yeah,
so talk to me a little bit about the whole off the field personality thing with him. I know didn't he get arrested or something like that for
look,
DUI?
he did, and how I've heard from different people from that I've talked to a bunch of different things to the point where every time, and I'm like this about every prospect, like I'm not gonna mention anything about any, like I'll basically let the record show there's something there about the off the field things that are raising red flags for me, but I never put anything on Broad Street that
Yeah,
I don't know anything about. I just know that it's something. It was something going on. That I've heard that from other people, and I've heard different situations and circumstances where some things made me feel comfortable with the pick, some made me not. Where it came down to, I just eventually told myself I'm going to evaluate the player. I'm not going to take any of that into consideration. I'm just going to evaluate the player, see where he ranks from there, and come draft night, I'll be able to figure out how the league feels about him. Because whatever's done in the dark should come to the light. I really personally feel like that all the time. If you did something crazy, we gonna find out about it. It may not be tonight. It may not be right now. It may not have been when I wanted to find out, but I'm gonna find out eventually. It happens to all of the prospects. So I feel like if we just talking prospects and what he's good at, what that team should possibly be looking for. I mean, we talked the emphasis for months about this team and emphasizing coverage linebackers and what coverage linebackers mean to this scheme and things of that nature. And that's just Peyton Willis to a T. I mean, Peyton Wilson to a T. Like probably the best cover linebacker in the class. That being said, I mean, like I said, there are other things to look into with that. So if they're comfortable with taking them, I'm comfortable with the pick. If they don't, that'll be something intriguing to me because I mean, I like to think that the way the board is set up right now, he's probably the best player for us to get.
yeah.
Honestly,
He's
it's
definitely a very
between him. It's really between him and Hunt right now, from what I see. Is Roman Wilson still here?
yeah.
It's between them. Wilson, Wilson, Hunt.
And Christian Haynes.
Yeah. Maybe like saying this was something that I contemplated on, but I don't know. I think based on everything I've heard from you, and I respect everything that you've told me about your knowledge on the Kellen Moore offense, where from every account that I've heard from you, sounds like while it might be an emphasis on 12 personnel, it's a big shift from where it was last year. Kind of like the
Mm-hmm.
similar conversation I used to have where it was like, well, we had damn, I can't remember his name. What's the guy that went to the Giants?
Boston Scott?
No.
No, Jack Stoll.
Stoll. Where if Stoll was in the game, they blocking, and if Calcaterra was in the game, they throwing, and they knew that they was going to be able to live off without Dallas Goddard reps with that specifically because they had basically Dallas Goddard embodied into one. I don't think that's going to work this year. I think he literally emphasizes two tight ends with a similar skill set. One got to like
Mm-hmm.
they both got to block, they both got to catch. I don't want one can do this, one can do that because that's two that ain't enough for the offense, basically. So I like to think I don't necessarily think that he fits that metric. It makes me wonder, honestly, especially given tomorrow, if the Eagles take a swing on a guy like Eric All, who kind of fits that bill to a
That would be a nice get with one of those fourths.
yeah, man.
Because if
Just
he had injury, was it injuries that
yeah,
kept him
man.
off the field?
Injuries. That's the
Yeah,
only
because if
injury
from
history.
yeah, from everything that I've seen about him, like if he didn't have those injury concerns, he would have been in the conversation to
Probably
be
would have been
one
the
of the
first
first
person off
two.
the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's really good. Really, honestly, how I said to somebody, I think it was when I was talking to Anthony DeBona in the last episode of Boom or Bust. If he didn't get hurt, all that hype that's going to Ben Sinnott, I mean, Ben Sinnott did what he did. He still would have got his hype somewhere along the line. But all the hype that's going to Ben Sinnott, that would have been Eric All's hype. Because it's like, yo, they're the same prospect, just one is healthy and one is not. And it's like, damn, man. Damn. It's something that I'm intrigued to see if they take a swing on that. That sounds like on brand for a Howie Roseman-esque selection. Damn, I'm intrigued. Oh, Delmar Glaze went. Delmar Glaze. That's my man. Shout out my Maryland guy. Went to school down here. Kalen Bullock is off the board.
Houston?
Yep.
Houston? Mm. He's a big body.
Yes. I'm going to end up falling in love with the build that D'Amico Ryan's doing over there. Jalen Petrie, Kalen Bullock.
Mm.
Derek Singletary. Stingley. My goodness, that secondary just getting.
Who's their other corner? They added
I know they added a guy.
What's the dude? He was a first rounder. I'm forgetting his name. He was like top 10.
Right?
Okudah, yeah, Jeff Okudah.
Man, I'm a big fan of what they built in their secondary, man. Like, my goodness. My goodness. I'm a big fan. And then, of course, the rest of
Cincinnati. That's a good pick by Cincinnati. That might be the Tyler Boyd replacement, Jermaine Burton.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
Now, I forgot he was still on the board.
I'm gonna hold you. That's the T. Higgins replacement.
Higgins is taller, bigger though, right?
I mean, yeah, but I think they're gonna move away from that. I think they're gonna move away to more of a route running skill thing. And Jermaine Burton, he can do a lot of everything. He can run block, he can catch, he can go deep. Like, it ain't many things that he can't not do right. Well, how best way I can put it from my explanation of from my film of Jermaine Burton. Jermaine Burton is the wide receiver version of Tyler Nubin. Tyler Nubin don't do nothing elite. It ain't nothing. I can see the future, man. We're here. Jermaine Burton, Jamar Chase, Charlie Jones. We've arrived.
Seahawks took my guy, Christian Haynes.
That's a good pick, Wesley.
Yeah, that's good value.
Yeah, great value. And it's a lot of guys right now that I thought should be second round picks. That if you can get them right now in the third, that's a great value.
So
Bullock.
talk to me about Cade Stover, the tight end out of Ohio State.
Cade is an interesting case. Cade, a older guy for one. For two, he's still learning the position. Now, granted, I think he's been playing for about 2 or 3 years now. I think this year was his third year playing because him returning back to school, giving him a third year. But he's a former linebacker. He got recruited as a linebacker. He eventually moved over to the offensive side of the ball to play tight end. And it worked out for the Buckeyes for the most part. And now we're trying to figure out exactly what his projection can be. But when you compare him to some of the other guys in this class, like if you were to compare him to a guy like Sanders, it becomes interesting because as a route runner, as a receiver, things of that nature, Sanders is better. But in terms of overall player, Stover is better, but how much better is he going to get? And that thing, this is one of those weird circumstances where in scouting, the fine line on age meets, well, he's still learning how to play the position. So, I mean, he's not done growing. He might be done growing as a person, but he ain't done growing as a prospect. So how much better can he get? And, I mean, you see situations like Jordan Mailata, who ends up becoming a Pro Bowl or left tackle, where these situations it could work out, but it's a risk that somebody has to be comfortable taking. Where it be less, I don't know.
Who's one player you don't want with 86?
Don't want. Give me a second. Let me view the board.
I'm gonna say Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
That's one of them.
Yeah,
He's definitely
him
very
and
high on
him and him and N'Kobe are the exact same football player.
Yeah, but one's been healthy. He just didn't test well.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a name that would piss me off yet. And of course, Spencer Rattler. Johnny Wilson probably is on that list.
Yeah.
Cameron Kitchens. I don't think
You wouldn't like that? I know he didn't test well.
I feel like there are other guys. I mean, of course, we'll have to see how the rest of the draft plays out. So let me not say that now. But I feel like
He could be a sneaky ad too. I forgot he was still on the board. Adrian Taylor Demerson.
Everybody that I've heard talk about him, he's a stud.
Yeah.
A stud. And when I went back and watched him, I was sitting here like, I see what everybody fell in love with. It was easy to see what people fell in love with, which is why he made the top 100. At the same time, it's like kind of the same conversation I was just having. Now, granted, I would have took him over Cameron, but it kind of goes into the whole circumstance what I was just about to say about Cameron, where there are other guys available that I think could serve the team better service at your same position for us to take you.
Why is TJ Tampa still here?
I don't know. You're asking the right questions, brother.
And Arizona is about to be on the clock again next, right after Seattle.
Like, I just don't get it. But I mean, like I keep saying, you got a lot of really. I can't say why is TJ Tampa still here because I can make.
Whoa, the Cardinals took Tip Raymond.
Ooh, okay.
That's something.
That's a center to roll with. I'm intrigued.
Over Jatavion, though?
I mean, offensive lineman build through the trenches. You got to understand, I like to think everybody has their impact on the league. I like to think the 49ers are impacting the league because of the whole coaching staff they putting out there. And those same coaching staffs are putting certain ideologies in general managers' head. But I like to think the same thing happens in reverse and things of that nature, where general managers put ideologies in coaching staff's head, things of that nature. But you got to remember, Jonathan Gannon worked with and under Howie Roseman for a couple of years, and he understood what made his defense work. And not only what made his defense work, but what made the team work. We were better, and not even just on this year, but both Super Bowl runs we had. We were better teams than most teams we were better in because we controlled the trenches. We were the better team up front. So
did you hear who I said they took?
Say Tip
Arizona?
Right?
No, Tip Raymond, the tight end out of Illinois.
Oh, I thought you was okay.
That's insane.
I thought you were saying they took Joe Tipman.
Over Jatavion Sanders, though, that's something.
Yeah.
I don't understand that thinking. Like I know PFF, they talked about him being at his very best being a tight end too. Like he could step into that role tomorrow, but I don't know. I
don't know, man.
Yeah, I thought Raymond was gonna go in like the 5th round.
So give us the countdown, Pierre. How many picks are we away from the Birds, man? Who's the wind down?
4. The Rams are on the clock right now.
Hey, stop playing with my man, Pierre.
What's that?
I seen you talking about the Raiders pick Delmar Glaze, talking about some who.
I ain't know who that was, bro.
That's my man, bro. That's a solid tackle right there. He was one of the guys that I had my eye on following last year's draft when I put that list out about guys I was excited to watch. And I got my eye on him. I don't even remember how the hell I found Delmar, but I'm like, hey, I like him. A guy that didn't have the best year this year, but I mean, you can make that same argument about a lot of guys from Maryland. But when I had the opportunity to see him in person, he performed fairly well, man. Particularly with the opponent being Ohio State. So who the hell is
Bro,
that?
Jeff McClain. You never guessed the question that Jeff McClain asked Cooper the G.
Cooper the Gene speaking already?
Yeah, you'll never. Oh, the Rams took Blake. Rams took Blake Corum. But you want to know the question he asked him?
What?
He said there hasn't been, as you know, there haven't been many white cornerbacks who've been successful in the NFL. He said, "Do you think?" He said something like, "Do you think that'll hinder you?" or something like that. That's a crazy question, bro. That is an insane question to ask.
Y'all just know all 107, and I want all 176 of y'all to retweet it. Y'all just know that tweet coming back to the timelines in your near future. Tonight or in the morning, you just know you're gonna see it.
That's a wild question to ask, bro.
I mean, it's a valid question to ask.
You don't ask that at a press conference, man.
Why not? Don't they ask black quarterbacks if they think that their success will be hindered, or didn't they?
I mean, they don't come outright and be like, "Huh, you're a black quarterback. Can you read a defense?" No.
I mean, that's basically what the hell they be saying.
You ain't gotta say it. You don't flat out say it.
So you mad at him that they sugarcoated for the black man because the black man, they just told him straight out.
Hey, bro, you a white corner.
It was Tip Raymond. I told you Tip Raymond got picked. I knew it.
Yeah, the tight end.
That's what the hell I said about who got picked.
That's what I said.
I thought you said a different first name.
No, bro. But that's a crazy question to ask from Jeff McClain, bro. That's something.
I mean, at least it was white on white crime. Hey, that's hilarious, Mo. That's hilarious. I'm ecstatic. We got him and Reed like, buddy. The jokes will never stop. They will never die. Yes, sir. You got Quinyon already mentioning Cooper. Cooper saying Philly. Quinyon saying let's work, Coop. That's secondary. Imagine this would have looked like when Lito Shepherd got drafted Sheldon Brown got drafted after Lito Shepherd, but social media didn't exist. This is what the world would look like. Hey, we're gonna have to treat you like the teachers. We gotta take your telephone. What you doing on the timeline? you say everything you got to say.
Hey, bro.
What you doing?
Hey, bro.
And you been there for 2 hours. We gotta treat you like the principal, man. That's what's sad. It's sad. Gotta babysit guys out here. What's your heart?
Hey, you can't blame me, bro.
You the one on the timeline. had to make sure we getting the content out. I can't believe this. The Eagles took so many cornerbacks.
All right, we pick in 2 picks. What we thinking? What's the way the board is set up?
We back again? Sheesh. It's nice to see.
Roman Wilson to Pittsburgh. That's a nice get for them. They needed some help in their receiver room.
They needed a deep threat. Russ likes to throw the moon ball. That was definitely a good get for them. That's definitely a good get. Pickens, Wilson, especially with the loss of Deontay Johnson, and then of course. And of course, it's well known how this Pittsburgh team develops receivers or has developed receivers over the last decade and a half. So Roman Wilson landing there, just almost a match made in heaven, if you ask me.
I think it's gonna be linebacker because besides Christian Mahogany, who's still there, it might be Wilson or Cedric Gray. It wouldn't shock me.
I think you about to get banned. It's draft day. The hell is wrong with you, son? You ain't excited enough for these people. Don't you want to realize your lifelong dream? The Mavericks beating the hell out of the Clippers. The Pacers beat the Bucks in overtime. Yes, this is my 4th time saying that. I didn't know all the details of the game. I just know the Pacers won. And I knew that Tyrese Halliburton hit a game winner. And now I know that the game was in overtime. I might not even have to watch the highlights at this point.
All right, so what we thinking? For the Birds?
One team on the clock in front of us. As long as PG Russell Wilson just got kicked out. Russell Westbrook just got kicked out. As long as the Browns don't take the linebacker we want, he'll be on our team.
It wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me. I think it's either one of the linebackers or Christian Mahogany. You think they would be okay with Wilson's medicals?
Like I said, man, if there's anything I trust this football team with, I trust them looking into the background of a player, seeing exactly what their potential could be, not only from what they have historically went through, but what they could potentially go through. And if that team takes him, I wouldn't blink an eye. If they don't take him, I wouldn't be surprised. But it's just, it kind of, everything with Wilson all comes down to how you feel about with the background material. But Parth will be proud of me right now. I'm rooting for a linebacker out for his positional value. Gosh, man, can the Browns make a pick?
I won't be shocked if they go linebacker because they lost. What's the guy? Sione Taki?
Yeah. I spit in the face of people who don't like to be cool.
Did you see the Rams took Blake Corum?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about.
Because they still got Kyron Williams.
Exactly. Just trying to make you proud, buddy. Man.
Browns took Zach Zinter. And the Eagles traded back again.
What in the hell is this?
The Niners are on the clock now.
Traded back to what?
Whatever pick the Niners had.
Thanks, Pierre.
They moved back to, is it 94? Would that be 94? Yeah, 94. I wonder what they got for it.
94.
I mean, I get it. It's 94. I know it's 94.
No, I mean, what pick are we at now?
94.
What the hell is wrong with you, man?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean what pick are we? Oh, we're at 85 or 86.
I'm just sitting here like, I don't know how many different ways you want me to ask the question, bro. Like, what's wrong with you?
So we got 94 and 132.
Yeah, Brandon, we traded back again.
We got 94 and 132. So their next couple picks are 94, 120, 123, 132, 152, 171, 172, and 210.
I'm not sure if Cliff is in the
I don't think he is.
today.
I don't think
He's
so.
crazy as hell. He said we have the vanilla gorilla and the white tiger. It's crazy. The hell is the vanilla gorilla?
That's Reed.
How the hell did you know which one was what?
No, but I think the trade backs, I think it just, number one, it gives you more value for tomorrow, because there's still a lot of good players on the board. And even heading into like further down the board, and you got guys like Trot Jr., Tyke Smith, even though I don't know if they address secondary again, but Brennan Jackson, Tanner Botoli. So there's still some guys there. Mo Kamara. It's just interesting to see them stockpiling as much, value as they are towards later in the draft.
I'm thinking the nickname should be Almond. And when they're playing bad, they're gonna be boobs. Hey man, it's like the jokes write themselves sometimes. Man,
I wish we would have made the pick at 86, bro.
Why do you think I just said damn? I just don't understand it. I understand.
Like, no, I get it because it's value. It's value. It makes sense. It's just
oh, we can't let him keep getting away with this. You think he gonna draft two good people and then try to keep trading back to add assets? We need more picks. I can't believe this.
Do you think it could have been that maybe a guy like Zach Zinter was the target at 86, and then when Cleveland took him the pick before, they just said, you know what, let's trade back, get more value. You
No,
don't think so?
I said at the start of the night, I knew it. I saw the vision clearly, loud and clear. Once all the whispers of Philadelphia was trying to move up, they were so loud. I mean, you know, we said yesterday, where there's smoke, there's fire, and it was so much into the Eagles trying to move up this early in the second round where it was like, okay, shout out to the 49ers taking Dominic Pooney, adding a damn tackle. Something right. Something right.
I agree with this, Brandon. There's just more bullets in the chamber.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just more so I knew it from the start. Once he was still on the board, an extra point for once he continued to fall to us, who the pick was pretty obvious if you asked me. I just didn't think Howie Roseman had the chutzpah, as the people would say, to make that selection. That was very intriguing to say the least. But him the pick was easy. You got the outside corner. You can add a guy that has inside outside versatility, and I mean you'll always be able to find a home that. I mean, just look at what I said. We're both doing a mock draft when we drafted Cooper. He'll always have a home on this team, no matter what. He'll always have a home on wherever team he goes to. That's his thing. Like whether it's the special teams value that he offers or the alignment versatility that he offers, Cooper always gonna have a home. So being able to add two players like that to your secondary, especially a year after or 2 years after, if you want to look at it like that, you were able to add arguably the two best defensive linemen in the class and a steal at edge. Well, why not solidify my defensive, my secondary, especially when I done gave contract extensions to my entire offense. Like I got my offense solidified. The defense needs to get fixed. So it ain't necessarily really surprising at all.
I have a theory as to why they traded back again. I really think that Zinter might have been who they wanted there.
Oh,
And
you
once
talking
Cleveland
about
took him,
Pierre? I was talking about the Cooper DeJean pick when I said that.
oh,
Yeah,
no. I think
yeah.
they wanted Zinter. And then when Cleveland took him, they're just like, okay, let's move back. That's why I think Mahogany's going. Mahogany might be the pick at 94.
Hmm. If Mahogany is the
Did
pick,
they had him? Did they have him in for a 30 visit?
I can't remember.
I'm gonna look it up.
Give me a second. Let me go check with Anthony.
Uh, I think I do remember seeing his name listed. Yeah, they did. I
They
think it's
did.
gonna be Mahogany. Yeah, I
Okay.
think the next pick is gonna be Mahogany if he's there.
All right. So he posted 12 minutes ago the updated version of players that Philadelphia flirted with on 30 visits. You have Marshawn Lloyd,
I doubt they
Cedric,
take a running back.
yeah, Cedric Gray, Adisa Isaac, and then you look for who it could be potentially be fourth round prospects: Brennan Rice, Johnny Wilson, Christian Mahogany, Kalen Carson. Zach Zinter was definitely on that group.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, you got Anaya Smith. Hey, we getting somewhere. Jalen Hunt. I told you he's a guy the Eagles will be intrigued with. Elijah Jones, Dick Cameron Richardson, Jarian Jones, who we mentioned early on in the podcast, a phenomenal cornerback from Florida State. And then you got later on Sakatos Luma, Christian Boyd, and then Travis Glover. But
Christian
those,
Christian Boyd Christian Boyd one of those fourths would be nice at like one. Is it 132 that they have?
mhm.
Yeah, him at 132 would be nice. Yep. I really wouldn't be shocked if Zinter was the guy who they were in on before they moved back, before he was taken or after he was taken. Because he just seems like he would fit their recent moves in the draft in terms of O-line. If you look at a guy like Landon Dickerson, who he had injury concerns when they picked him, Zinter, I think he would be out for this year, right?
I'm not sure about out for the year. I know he broke his leg in
Yeah.
what was that, November? He broke it in the Ohio State game. That was November 23rd, I believe.
Yeah.
So let's just say that's about a 9-month process. He'll be back. He might be back by the start of the season.
Yeah. But it would just, like I said, he would make sense
Miss
just in terms of what they've. What's that?
He'd miss camp and everything though.
Yeah. But he would make sense just in terms of what they've done over the last couple of years from O-lineman.
Right. And he's just so damn talented, man.
Yeah.
One of the more fine-tuned guys this early in the class. There wouldn't have been a whole lot of extra work to do with him. Probably would have been a plug and play kind of guy. It wouldn't have surprised me if he was the pick, he beat out Tyler Steen. But that's interesting to see. Sounds like the 49ers won't move either guy at this point.
That's a report that they're not looking to move either receiver.
Yeah, they just kind of took a step back. Which I mean, I ain't knocking. Yeah, I didn't think Jawan Jennings was the right guy for wide receiver 3 anyway. Even though he cooked our ass. We couldn't tackle worth nothing, man. The man said Dallas has to be furious Jonathan Brooks was off the board. They probably shouldn't have told
Well, I mean, Jerry Jones went and told the whole world they were interested in him.
Yeah, they said they probably shouldn't have told him that.
Why would you? I don't understand why he would do that.
He's just an idiot.
That's the best way. That's the best way to call it, bro.
I could have said other things. But that team is cursed, bro. There'll never be anything until something happens to him.
My mom says, "Ooh, the Buccaneers took Tyke Smith." Georgia had a lot of those versatile kind of chess piece type of guys.
Say that again, brother.
I said, Georgia, they had a lot of those chess piece kind of positionless guys on defense.
Yeah, I mean, it look like that they have a specific position for that.
Yeah.
Just putting the guys out there that, hey, you play well, go ahead and do your thing.
Packers drafted Marshawn Lloyd.
Brian, his name Brian Branch.
What's that?
Packers drafted Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah.
We bike. The best running back duo in football.
Who did they sign? Wait, who?
Josh Jacobs.
Oh yeah, I forgot they added Josh Jacobs.
And then they had the best running back duo in football when they had Aaron Jones, but then they cut him. But now we bike. We a bike. That's interesting from the Packers. And here we are. How many picks are in this round? It don't look like 32.
Give me a second. It's actually 37 because the comp picks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're currently we're 3 picks out. Well, no. Yeah, 3 picks out. Cardinals took Elijah Jones.
Okay.
So has TJ Tampa been picked yet? No, he's still on the board. I wonder who did he piss off?
You asking the right question. The right question, none the least. It's just, man. It makes me happy. I can retweet that tweet with proudness now. I seen a tweet yesterday night where Cooper DeJean was getting ready for the NFL draft, and some random guy was in the comments, and he was like, "This is our Jackie Robinson." It's beautiful to see. I really can't wait for Reed Blankenship. But I don't think you understand the excitement on the timeline when we get Blankenship, Cooper DeJean's reps. I mean, formations.
Wilson's medical. Yeah, I think that's what it is with him.
I mean,
It has to
it was
be.
gonna be like that from the extent. It might not be just that as red flag. He just has an extensive history, whether it's the arrest, the injury. It's a lot of things to take into account with him. And I mean, second of all, just this linebacker class just isn't that good, man. Like even when you go back to the Boomer Bust podcast, the last episode I did with Anthony DeBone, and we was doing the my gas, and we got the linebacker, and it was like, I mean, he was able to get a guy, and I'm like, bro, I really don't like this class enough to give you a my guy. I don't have a my guy on the running backs. They just guys. It. Mm-mm. Is it? Is Warren still on the board? Jalen Warren.
Jalen Warren, running back.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Let me check. I think so.
Right now, Warren. Right there.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's see. He gave me vibes of the Quinyon Mitchell of this year. Quinyon Mitchell, Juan A-Chain.
You think Spencer Rattler sneaks into the 3rd round?
No, bro. I thought he was going to be sneaking to the 2nd round, and it's like he falling. I just knew he was going to be a Raider, but
yeah, I don't think he does because none of these teams.
Every time you keep saying the Raiders could get Spencer Rattler and insert round here because you done did it for the last 2 rounds, he gonna keep falling.
Yeah.
Stop saying it.
I really think the pick here, I think it's Mahogany.
It's Wilson.
Peyton Wilson, you think so?
They real big. I don't know. I'm lying. I'm not lying, but like
I don't think
he's the pick. I don't think they one of those teams that take a chance on highly questionable players that they're not really cleared on. So if they ain't got to go for him, like I wonder if they look extensively into it. I don't know.
I mean, they have. They've done their homework into it. Big Dom.
I think so because some guys eventually you hear a certain amount of stuff and it's like you just take them off the board.
I mean, it could be one of those situations. Yeah, Mizzou just took Tyron Hopper.
Who?
Tyron Hopper, linebacker, or
Who
not Mizzou, Green Bay. Sorry,
the hell is Mizzou?
Missouri linebacker, Tyron Hopper. Green
Okay,
Bay took him.
that makes sense. I'm like, who the hell is Mizzou? Ain't no team in NFL named Mizzou. That's a good pick, Tyron Harper. That's another one of them teams. It was a
Also,
couple-
isn't Peyton Wilson? Isn't he 24 years old?
I mean, bro, we just drafted. Damn, who the fuck was it? We just drafted 24.
DeGene? None of DeGene isn't 24, is he? I don't think so.
I was
Quinyon is 23.
That wasn't us. That was the Falcons. It was the Falcons.
Yeah.
Bro, the Falcons just drafted a 24-year-old quarterback in the first round. Why are you talking about me about a 24-year-old in round 4? Round 3.
I'm not taking a 24-year-old linebacker with injury concerns who also has character concerns.
Bro, how long you expect him to play? He's a linebacker.
I mean, even still.
So you gonna draft my Jeremiah Trotter?
If you're gonna take a linebacker, you're gonna take Cedric Gray.
Yeah. Because he was also one who had a visit.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be shocked if he's the pick here.
Dang. I feel like it's gonna be a linebacker. It's just who. I wish
Gotta be Cedric, man. Tampa took Jalen McMillan.
Thank you.
Somebody had to take him. If it's a linebacker, I'm gonna go Cedric Gray. But other than that, so my top 3 choices, because we pick next, I'll say Cedric Gray, Jatavian Sanders, and Christian Mahogany.
Cedric Gray, Christian Mahogany, or Peyton Wilson. It's gonna be a linebacker or tight end. At least in my perspective. Make the pick, Birds. In the night, Howie.
What if they trade back again?
Bruh. We're gonna end the stream right there. We got 3 4th-round picks.
Yep. 123 or 120, 123, and 132.
Mm-hmm. And then we got
Christian Mahogany, offensive guard, went to Boston College.
He's the man.
Yeah, he's really, really, really good. He has a lot of tools that I can see Jeff Stoutland wanting to work with. Let me look up his age. Yeah, he's 23. He's been predominantly a right guard. If Baltimore doesn't take him, what do you think Baltimore does here?
They didn't already went offensive.
Adisa Isaac?
I don't know, because I mean, didn't they take whatchamacallit a couple years ago, and it just feels like I just haven't heard his name.
I know who you're talking about.
Jabo.
Yeah, David Ajabo.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Chris Ballard defended my man A.D. Mitchell.
What'd he say?
Basically, he went on a pretty tavern-filled rant about the criticisms of A.D. Mitchell, his character, and his deposition, calling them effing bullshit. Hold on, wait. I think they got the video. There we go.
I read some of the bullshit that was said on TV. I mean, just a typical fucking, excuse my language, our typical league. Unnamed sources, bad interview. That's such bullshit. I mean, it fucking is. It's bullshit. Put your name on it. I'm tired of we tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men. And if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. It's crap. This is a good kid. And, for those reports to come out, I said it last year. It's bullshit. I'm sorry. I apologize for the.
My man went on a tyrant field rant.
I mean, he's right. He's right. He's
Yeah,
100%
he
right.
is. And it's just good
It's a
to
lot
hear
of
somebody say it publicly.
it's a lot of like during draft season, as much as excited as we get about it, there's a lot of, I guess I think a correct word would be hypocrisy. Like
Right.
there's a lot of unnamed sources and anonymous scouts and all these things, and it kind of them putting out those levels of reports about people kind of makes fans and just general spectators of the sport develop maybe like a negative sort of like narrative of players that may not be true.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And even if it was, context matters, man.
Yeah.
Like even the whole Deshaun Jackson, Chip Kelly thing.
All right, we have the Eagles pick. You want to know it? You were right. It wasn't a linebacker, but you want to know it? Jalen Hunt.
Figured. I knew that he fits the profile of exactly what they look for at the position. We talked about them taking that position at the earlier rounds. So for them to get this kind of profile later makes sense. Definitely makes sense.
I don't like it. I don't hate it. It's cool.
I mean, yeah, for them to have traded back Garter and all the amount of assets that they could heading into day 3 and then coming away with that asset specifically, I'm satisfied. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I
I just wish they would have gotten a guy with a little bit more size. But I mean, he's kind of like a Brandon Graham sort of clone, 6'4", 252.
yeah. Why we gotta keep having the same conversation? I told you they have shown their hand. When a team has like they tell you in life, when somebody shows you something about themselves, believe it.
Yeah.
They have shown that that is the type of prospect they like at that position specifically. You kind of got to do nothing but until they show you something otherwise, do nothing but run straight to that. Like, look, that's the kind of guy that they going to get. I don't know what round or when, but it's going to be a guy like him. Like he could be as similar to Chop Robinson and all the other guys that fit that same metric as they want to. But that's what they believe in team building, and they've been successful at it. Particularly a team that values the trenches the way they do.
Yeah. This pick it screams Howie though. This is a huge Howie. This is a Howie pick.
Yeah, we knew what's gonna happen eventually. I told you.
Yeah.
We was eventually gonna get to a point how we was gonna be like, look, I gave y'all fun. Now it's my turn. Now I think at least this one could at least turn out right. As long as he continues to learn properly and mold the right way, this one can actually turn out properly. I'm a big fan of this pick, if you ask me. He really snuck into the big board, the top 100 prospects, and it was literally all because of a situation like this. Like he possesses all the traits and ability to be really freaking good. You just have no nuance whatsoever. So if he can get with somebody that can coach him up correctly,
Brandon, him learning behind that's one thing I'll say. Him getting a year to learn behind Brandon Graham is gonna be huge for his development. Brandon Graham and Clint Hurt.
just work one, especially the Clint Hurt, like you said, him working with Hurt, man, dog. I think it'll work wonders just with him learning some of the nuanced abilities to the position, the match with his ability. I'm excited for this selection, man. This might be my favorite selection of the night. Of the weekend, honestly. Of everything they did, I mean, Quinyon was awesome, freaking awesome. Best cornerback in the class, top 8 player on my board. You can't ask for anything more. What could you really say? Cooper DeJean just fell right into your lap. We all know about how we felt about Cooper DeJean and how he fits into this scheme specifically. But him, he has the potential to be like the steal of the class.
And
He
this
might
is from
be able
this is from Daniel Jeremiah. Apparently, Hunt is one of Vic Fangio's favorite players in the draft.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes so much sense. And again, it kind of goes back to the conversation we were just having. They chasing the archetype,
hmm
archetype,
and
and they
he actually he does add some size, like at least from a height perspective, and he's over 250 pounds, so it kind of works for what I wanted.
look, he buying in. He buying in. It ain't girth, but it's gur.
Yeah, it's he got some size to him. I'll say that.
Um, that's a really good question. We wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what the cap space is, Brandon, because we got to figure out what the deals would look like specifically. But I do know teams allocate a specific amount of money for rookie
Yeah.
deals from cap space. I think it's about 5 million. Like I know they're gonna get a certain amount of guarantees, but how much they make annually won't be that high. So it'll be a pretty solid number. That being said, I mean you shouldn't worry about the Eagles cap number until about June when possibly this whole James Bradbury cut situation could possibly take place.
So on Bradbury, I saw a tweet earlier today. I can't remember who it was, but apparently, if they designate him as a post June 1st cut, there's no cap hit, but at the same time, they don't gain any cap relief either. It's just like basically get off the team.
Well, okay, okay. But I mean at this point in the circumstances, would you feel like that's a good thing?
Yeah, because you didn't draft Quinyon for him to sit on the bench.
Nobody said he was going to sit on the bench at the same time.
So, but if he doesn't,
Given,
what do you do with James?
I guess he's going to get cut. It's just milking him for the experience.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was. Jaguars fans was happy. My guy, Dwayne Carter, is finally off the board. Let's go. So, as the night comes to the end for Philadelphia, I mean, I'm sure we'll be hearing from Howie Roseman and company fairly soon. What's your thoughts on the night, man? How you feel?
Um, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm ecstatic about the Gene selection trade up to get him. They got a ton of value for tomorrow on day 3 early on in the draft with the 120, 123, and 132. And I think they also got 152. And then the selection of Hunt, while he wasn't the, number one guy I wanted, I see the vision with him. Like we talked about, he's a really raw pass rusher, but the tools are there. Um, I think him, like we talked about, him getting the chance to work with a guy like a Brandon Graham and Clint Hurt and Graham's last year, and kind of sort of being the understudy to him. I feel like that'll do a lot for his development. I know you've probably watched him more than me. What can you like if you had to give a short breakdown of him? What would you say?
I mean, kind of like I said to you guys earlier, he has all the traits to be phenomenal in this league. First step, explosion, length, like all the things that you would look for in an edge, he has. Now, when you watch him, like pass rushing plan, how he attacks as a pass rusher, those type of things he just don't have. Like I don't know if you remember last year when I explained Tyree Wilson and things of that nature, but how I explained, like, I need him to come up with a better plan other than get your ass out of my face. It's kind of one of these similar situations where if it comes down to traits, like if he's a better athlete than you, he's going to win because he's really freaking athletic. But when it comes down to the nuances part of the game, I just don't see it. Like it might take a while for all the things to click. I mean, I see what you're saying, Brandon. That's kind of a good way to put it. Josh Sweat. I think Josh was probably a more nuanced pass rusher than what he is at this point when Josh was coming out of Florida State. But I like to think in terms of the explosiveness. Because I think Josh had an injury, a knee injury when he was coming out of Florida State too. But just in terms of the explosiveness, the athletic abilities that he possesses, Hunt is a much better athlete than what Josh Sweat was. It's just getting the light to cut on. But if the light ever cuts on, you could be talking about a double-digit sack kind of guy just off of athletic ability in general. It's just he right now he's a third down player. Don't expect multiple a lot of production from him this year. Don't call him a bust because he ain't playing a whole lot of a whole lot of snaps and things of that nature. Is this is going to be a trust the process type of pick right here. It ain't going to be immediate production at all. But if all turns out well and he learns what he's supposed to from the people he's supposed to, this could be a Jordan Mailata-esque steal for Philadelphia.
That's some high praise, brother.
I'm a big fan. It was one of them. You know how I feel, and especially for me, being a tape over traits kind of guy. His tape is not that good, but you can see the vision. Like the vision is there. Like you see the get off, the explosiveness, how he went immediately, just off athleticism, but nothing else. And just like you said, the opportunity to have him get to work with Clint Hurts and just some people, the people having to work beside the players that he get to work beside, I think should work wonders for his nuance. Where even if he doesn't reach his full potential, that double-digit sack kind of guy that I'm talking about, he's going to be one of them guys that, I mean, I guess you kind of right, Brandon. Josh Sweat, high pressures on the quarterback, always around to make a play, may not finish off the rep, but he's going to impact the throw, those kind of things. Because he just had the things you can't teach. That's all.
Looking at his spider chart, Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
95 percentile broad jump, 88 percentile vertical jump, 82 percentile 40-yard dash, 80 percentile 10-yard split, 80 percentile arm length, 85 percentile wingspan.
He's a dumb athlete with dumb traits and dumb measurables. It's like, sheesh. Okay. It's just he's never been coached up the way he needs to. That's all.
I mean, he went to school at Houston Christian. I don't even know where that. Oh, Houston. I've never heard of that school.
I was about to say, come on, Pierre.
I've never heard of that school.
Oh, one of my guys, McKinley Jackson, off the board. Let's go. Okay, Bengals are having a pretty good draft themselves.
I think this pick, it also signals sort of kind of like the sway or pull that Fangio has in the building.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I was saying earlier about the linebacker pick, and even not even just about linebacker, the selection of Kuba the Gene. With this draft is the big Fangio draft. That's the best way to put it. You can tell the amount of respect and influence he has in that building, not just from Howie Roseman and Jeff Lurie, but Nick Sirianni spoke volumes about what he meant to him. So just being able to see it, like see everything play out in real time, is pretty cool, man.
Yeah. But we're about, I guess, 3 picks away from the end of the third round. If you had to give a grade for the day, what would you give it? A plus? Because you sound like you're over the moon, bro.
For the Eagles or everyone else?
for the Eagles.
For the Eagles, yeah, it's an A+ for today. If you'd have told me that these were the two prospects that the Eagles were coming away with in today's draft or today's prospect of the draft, hell, they get an A+ for the entire draft so far. If you ask me, like completely A, revamp the defense. B, come away with prospects that can affect today and tomorrow. Maybe not so much in Hunt, but that like we said a second ago, that was the Hobby Roseman special. He was gonna get one of his, but just being able to get impact getting guys that can impact the game now and in the future, and the guys that who should impact in the future, whether they're high quality impact players or the Josh Sweat type of guys, they mean a lot to the team. We appreciate your contribution, but you ain't no superstar either. I think he landed a whole lot of key pieces in this over the first 2 days, and it'll be intriguing to see how that leads into day 3.
Because they certainly got a lot of ammo for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they have, which is crazy. I spoke volumes about this, and this is my whole thing about them moving back from 53 when I said so. Eagles started the draft with, I think, 8 picks. Eagles got 8 picks tomorrow.
And I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't be shocked if they packaged like 120 and 132 to move up to the top of the fourth. It would not shock me.
And not even a little bit.
For a guy like it, because they do need a second tight end still. A guy like a Jatavian Sanders who's still on the board.
It's mind blowing if you ask me.
It's insane.
That's a second round talent right there. Crazy. What in the basketball front before you get out of here? You think the Suns gonna get swept?
They might, bro. They might, bro.
The way Anthony Edwards playing, he's playing like a man on a mission right now.
It just, I don't know. They just seem like they don't have like a plan on offense. It's just Devin Booker, KD, and Bradley Beal dribble the ball and make something happen.
Exactly.
Sixers went on Sunday?
Yeah. I told you that 3 days ago when you were stressing being down 0-2, and I said check back in on Sunday. We're not worried about none of that. We just got to steal one game in New York at some point. God dang it. Peyton Wilson is a Steeler.
Makes sense. I mean, that's a nice place for him. Appreciate you for joining us, Brandon. That's a nice place for him.
All right, Brandon. Appreciate you, my brother. 2 ACL tears, a season in this shoulder surgery. He sound like Michael Penix.
But if he can stay healthy.
Penix injuries in this jump. So
Hunt was a top 70 player for Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Jeremiah really liked him. Yeah. I think PFF had him at like 99.
Yeah. It just seems like to me he's a guy who just has to put everything all together.
Exactly. That's the best way to put it. He got all the traits and everything to be great. Can he position that to the full capacity of its abilities? Nah, not quite yet. But if he figures out how to, he gonna be a problem.
Apparently, Ian Rappaport reported that Peyton Wilson, one of his knees, doesn't have an ACL.
That's possible.
I think so. I know it's possible not to have a meniscus. I never heard of.
ACL is how your knee bend. He can bend his knee in crazy ways.
I never heard of not having an ACL.
That's
It's
crazy.
crazy. It's crazy how he gets the no ACL knees, but Derrick Rose is stuck with his knees.
Derrick Rose ACLs was too explosive. That jump was just like exploded off the bone.
Rams took Cameron Kitchens. He did get into the third round.
Ew. That's a crazy pick, but I respect them. I respect them. And we are one pick away from the final pick.
I think it's been a good night. Good day 2 for the Eagles. Good day 2 for the Eagles.
As we get here closer and closer to the end, we peak closer and closer to 200, man. 193 people in here. We appreciate all you guys for joining us, man.
100%.
A damn blast out here talking ball with you guys. Hopefully, you guys learned something. Hopefully, you guys had as much fun as we did.
Yeah, because we will not be live tomorrow.
No, we are not live. In fact, I'm going to be a father, and I am going to figure out if I'm having a boy or a girl tomorrow. So that is what my.
I know we talked about it before, but what you want?
I put my bid in for a girl early. I don't know what it's going to be, but my bid is in. Hopefully, I'm a girl dad. If not, I'll be officially changing my name to Nick Saban in about 3 days. Soon as he comes out the womb. Come on,
you had
move it.
You gonna have the football for him soon as he come out.
Hey, bro, I already got it in my room. It's a little small football. As soon as he come out, like, look, this gonna be the first thing you touch, buddy. There, that's right. Football in your hands. That's gonna be your life.
So, come on, move it.
Man, gonna learn how to crawl before he come out the cooch. No funny. We got it figured out. But like I said, man, it's been
the final pick is in. Commanders took Luke McCaffrey.
Man, you think they think that he gonna be as good as his dad and brother?
I don't think that's possible.
Not even a little bit.
I don't think it's possible. I think he has he'll be okay. I think he's not gonna be a world beater.
No,
or anything like that. He'll be all right.
Be a beater.
Yeah.
She's gonna be a world.
Yeah, but we're over 4 hours. That is 8 hours of screen time over the last 2 days. First round is over, second round is over, and now the third round is over. Day 3 is tomorrow. I think in terms of Eagles targets, I wouldn't be shocked to see them leave tomorrow with like 3 or 4 offensive linemen, receiver, tight end, and maybe D tackle in the 6th with pick 210. You still need a linebacker too, but
yes,
yeah. What about you, man? What's your expectations for tomorrow?
More defensive players. Just make the defense great again. Don't even meet like I feel like we've invested a lot into the offensive side of the ball to the point where I don't want to say we're solidified, but we have our key guys on that front. The defensive side of the ball is where all the questions lie with this football team. And it's been like that for over a year now. You got the offense to produce. Is the defense good enough? I feel like this is the first step taken into improving the unit to that spot.
But I think this is a good place to end it, man. Appreciate everybody who joined. We're gonna try to have a pod out. I'll say we're gonna shoot for Thursday.
For sure. Definitely have
Yeah.
one out.
Yeah, we'll do a draft recap. Potentially look at what's next in terms of them potentially maybe adding some more free agents. But yeah, thank you guys for joining over yesterday and today. And
Over
good night.
yesterday, we had almost 500, almost 500 plus different viewers.
That's 333 plus 193. I think that's over 500. I wasn't a math major.
Oh, buddy, we right. We don't count.
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining. Go Birds.
Go Birds.